Oh, wrong one. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Cirque the Sauvage. We are
Close.
here once again, fighting demon orgies and whatnots, but we'll let Micro explain the demon orgy thing. And yeah, take it away, Micro.
Wasn't an orgy, unless you have some really violent orgies.
It was an orgy. Like,
Yes,
it
it
was
was.
an orgy. There's just, yeah.
So orgy of
A lot
violence,
of
so no.
bondage.
Ah. So last time, the party, went to the circus, but a different circus, the demon circus. Um, and unknowingly managed to send the two people. It turned out there was a lower part. They were there searching for an angelic creature. That was really hard for me to say for some reason. Who was rumored to be I can't speak today. Who was rumored to be held captive at this demonic circus. We got in, noticed that there's a lot of mind control here, and then unknowingly we sent the two people who could actually intimidate the guards um, to to investigate where the guards were, uh, which led us to be able to go on the ground or further down to the lower level, where there was a very fucked up stage show involving this angelic creature, which ended up most of us ended up being mind controlled and participating in this violent mosh pit almost thing. Um, Turns out letting certain of us, including include letting Volks, Ilden, and Temerity just free like be in a free for all is a really bad idea, and both Volks and Ilden almost killed someone. Temerity did kill someone, so that's a thing we'll have to deal with. Then we left and we went to the mayor and we just told him, yeah, no, it's there. We completed the. It was a bit of a discussion, but it ended up being to be just like, yeah, no, that's it's down there. This is what's going on. There, we're not going back. We give us our money, and that's where we ended, more or less.
All right, yeah. So you have gotten quite a bit of money, more than the guy had originally um,
Yeah.
even begun
Oh,
to offer you, based
mm,
on
that
your
is.
promise of silence.
That's right. That happened too.
Um, so what are you gonna do?
I need some money. Can we divvy that up? I am broke. I have. Oh no, I have 202 gold. We must have already split the money.
Yeah, we already split it last time.
Okay, I didn't scroll down because I only had 2 gold, but now I have 202. So. Yay, magic money.
Do I receive any of the money, or
Yep, everyone did. So it was
what do I
200 and
receive?
then 200 and then we all kicked 100 into the circus fund. Was that what we did?
I believe so.
Sounds
Something
right.
along those lines.
So
Okay,
basically paid tax, 30% tax.
Yeah.
200. All right.
So, what time of day is it now?
It is at this point. I think you went the next day,
Yeah.
so probably watch the blood off.
Oh, and we also turned in the fake spell book.
Yes,
So
we did do
yeah.
that too.
So yeah, it is now probably mid morning.
Okay. Well, I guess it's time for breakfast.
Yeah, late
Well,
breakfast.
unless we got that, ate that before we went and delivered the things. I don't know.
Uh,
There's,
we
We did it
can.
beforehand. We met at
Brunch
the
is totally a
table.
valid option.
yeah.
We can go have a
11
lunch
Point
now.
is, we should probably have some. The point is, I
Power it
think
out.
having some kind of meetup would probably be a good idea because I'm having a feeling that Temerity might need to work through some things.
Oh, true. Should we get
Ah,
like
yes.
some things from the market, like a baguette, some cheese, fruits or something, and head down to? Is there a park in town?
Yeah, I mean it's not as official as some parks would be, but yeah,
Yeah.
essentially there are
Hmm.
open. It's such an open area that there are kind of like places which are just sort of left natural, and there some people have put stuff out, and kids run
Oh.
around there, so it's kind of like a de facto park.
Like a sort of mix between a square and a park.
Yeah. Again, this place is not, there's no set, it's just a bunch of itinerant tent people and some buildings here and there that have popped up. It is very patchwork. There's no official government, though Olaf uh, acts as the de facto government. They don't, so there's no real like set school, there's no set hospital. There are places you could get anything you want, but nothing is set
Mhm.
as a
Hmm.
matter of
So it's easy to get
municipality.
beyond some of the tents and the makeshift, whatever, caravans or whatever, like
Yep.
setups, and go get some privacy.
Are very carnival-like.
Yeah, feel at
Yeah.
home here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're gonna go take
Yeah,
our food,
go sit
casually
down
sit down,
and-
and then stare at
Yep.
Temerity.
Are you all staring at Temerity?
I'm not.
I am. I'm totally staring at you, trying to read your face. Can I roll insight? See how Temerity's doing.
Roll
It's also,
insight.
it's also like a roll charisma to see how good his
Oh.
poker face is.
Yeah, apparently pretty good.
What did you get?
8.
8.
8.
Yeah.
Basically, I can only see him in profile.
Mm.
He's turned away.
Oh, yeah. That doesn't
And the
make a
eating makes it
difference.
difficult too. Baguette, you
Yeah.
really have to open your mouth quite a bit large. So, yeah.
So yeah. Do you offer up anything? Temerity, any discussion or
Temerity would probably, after a little while, go, what the hell happened down there?
Mind control.
What do you remember?
That's a good question. How much of what happened down there do we remember?
roll just roll like an intelligence check.
Is this an everybody roll?
Yeah. Everybody who was there who was sort of under the influence, at least. People who were not under the influence, I think, which ended up being just Vianney and Zill,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
don't need to roll. They remember.
Yeah.
You got to 9.
I, of course, remember whatever happened after I came to. So
Yeah.
I remember standing
That
up on
makes sense.
stage with the big guy and my arm bleeding because he, dug his claws into me. Hot.
16 for Wonks, 17 for Temerity.
And 15 for Marble.
Okay.
And what do you say, Eldon?
9.
Shit!
I don't remember shit.
Charmed
you just
again.
know you a bloody boy.
For the smartest character, I rolled real shitty. for
Yeah, I was
the
about to
best
say.
character.
You don't remember shit. You just remember blood.
Mm. I
Did
remember the
spoons
taste
through
of blood.
lectures.
So
because
I would
you
say
have a high
most of
intelligence.
you, with the exception of Eldon. Sorry, I don't know why I blanked on that for a second. You guys pretty well remember what happened. Eldon, for you, a lot of stuff is such a blur. You're just confused.
That's normal. To be fair.
Yeah.
To be fair, yeah.
Oh, mind. I will reiterate mind control. That's what happened.
We got charmed.
Yeah.
And the guy I sort of pummeled into oblivion.
It wasn't you. You
Yeah.
weren't in control.
Exactly.
It was
Oh.
the spell.
I was actually thinking they weren't anyone important, I hope.
More than likely not, honestly.
The chances of him being important are low, yes. And even if he was, so what?
So
He should have known the
judgmental.
risk. He should have known the he knew the risks. like
Although
everyone
that's
else.
true. Everyone else in there
Yeah.
did know the risks.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't charmed into going to that place. They went to that place to be charmed.
Yeah.
I'm just thankful I ended up on the stage and out of the ruckus, because my ass would have been beat.
Yeah, I really don't like the idea of hurting one of you. But no, I was more thinking we might want to think about making sure we're obeying the laws.
Yeah.
We kind of have a problem with that. If you notice, there's a pattern.
Yeah.
Of us.
We might have an issue. We might need to go get some help or something.
I mean, there's already the temerity test, you know. So, baby steps. Let's
I mean, that's not the
let's
law.
practice. Let's
That's
practice not
morals.
breaking the law. Yeah, let's practice not.
Well, if
And
you-
that only applies to temerity.
Yep. But still, people. Wasn't it one of the things we were told before we came out here was don't break any laws?
Yeah. So far we haven't.
I'm sorry, but they didn't say don't break any laws. They said don't make any trouble.
And we have been making some trouble. Just a little bit.
Not any
Yeah.
more than anyone else.
I'm sorry, I looked at the webcams. Someone is, that is cute.
Yeah.
He licks my nose raw sometimes.
Yes, he does, but he won't stop him.
Oh, it's really cute.
Yeah, exactly. You'll let anyone and anything do anything to you as long as they're adorable.
Little man, stop. Sorry to take
Oh.
it, but yes.
The jobs we got have been completed. Now we just need to wait for the circus to be set up so we can perform here.
Yep.
How close are we to be able to do that?
If you look around, you're probably just a day or two out from
Okay.
your
We're a day or
your
two
thing.
from
And really, the only reason it's that far out is because Talia was sort of distracted by all of this.
That's true. That's fair.
If it's all right with you, could we help everybody set up?
Yeah.
I know that you all are preparing for your performances, but it would be nice to assist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna help anyway.
Yeah, I was either
Thank
gonna
you.
help or practice.
All right, so you guys can spend several hours helping set up.
Nothing like a productive workout.
Oh, yes.
Vianney and Marvel can help with the rigging, you know, setting up
Yes.
ropes
I
and
will-
stuff.
I
The
will
stuff
move
that
the
we
heavy
use.
things.
Yep.
All right, so go ahead then and roll. Vianney and Marble, roll an acrobatics check.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
Yeah. You're well practiced at this. You know how to do this, so not a big deal for you. Wolf,
Oof.
go for
As it's flipping.
strength.
Strength, okay.
Mhm.
10.
Some of this stuff is starting to give you some troubles, but what are you gonna do? Nothing you can't
yeah.
handle.
I mean, yeah, it's more lifting and transporting things rather than the athletics stuff I'm used to doing. So yeah, it makes sense.
So, yep. But at the end of, who else is helping, and what are you helping with?
I'll muck in, and it'll be with general, like wherever is needed. Let's go with animals. I will use the animals, and I'll communicate with them and organize them into a good animal troop, and
All right.
have them help with ripping, with like rigging and
a good
pulling
idea.
and stuff like that. I mean, I'm pulling hard from the opening montage of Dumbo to kind of like think of how that works, but yeah, like that's what I'll do. But this time I'm not going to whip anybody, like not like
Yes.
Dumbo, not like the opening of Dumbo. I'll be nice to them.
That's glad to hear it.
Yeah.
So sure. Roll animal handling.
Okay.
Oh,
Ooh.
nice.
Okay, correct.
Very
That is a
nice.
27 for those of you
Yep.
not
It is
watching this.
amazing how well the animals just respond to you. You might as well be their dad.
Oh. I was going to have Timothy help with the rigging, and once that's done, organising the kitchen. But wow, you might not get to do any rigging.
All right, but you can organize your kitchen, get things together. That's
Restock
easy
the
enough
snack
to do.
carts.
Yes, we stock the wonderful cookies and things that will last a while. And
Yeah, that's not even necessarily a roll, so you can just say that you spent a couple hours and doing
Roll the
that.
popcorn roll.
I'd be shouting at the kitchen hands as well, wouldn't it?
I mean, you
And
have
we'll
to.
say Zill spends the day in his tent being a drow.
I'm a drow.
I'm a drow.
Making sure he's got his outfit and his hair just right.
Yes. Saphira is kind of wandering around looking a little upset. She tries to help, but she seems not her usual perky self.
I can Vianney do an insight check?
Sure.
It worked before, but this time
Oh,
she's
yeah.
got a. Yeah, well, yeah, she's not. Maybe she's not hiding it as well. Or like
She
you can see her in
is
purple.
kind of an open book, and
Yes.
you guys took her to a hell of a place last night. This innocent flower.
Oh
Yeah.
no, sweet summer child.
Yes,
Sweet
very much
summer
so.
child. And you took her to a place where she saw Temerity beat a man to death, Eldon bite and suck someone's blood. She participated in the orgy of violence to some degree as well. You know, it's really upsetting her. She just
Vianney,
does not know what to do about that.
so like from the, I'm picturing Vianney and Marble like at the top of the big tent, kind of like tying flaps down and stuff, walking it over, and sort of like sees her on the ground, shades her eyes, and sort of elbows Marble a bit and say, points it out and asks, "You want to go take a tea break in the mess area?"
I think that's a good idea.
Okay. And slide down the poles, or she does her
Yeah.
kitty magic.
Yes.
Get down.
Meow.
Just jumps, maybe. Who knows?
can do a jump and
R&D,
tumble.
yeah.
What?
R&D was like, yeah. He's like, Blue would do that.
I'll do a jump and tumble.
Yes. Superhero landing.
Exactly.
But yeah, we'll grab Saphira and we'll take her over to order her, a cup of tea,
Tea time.
something herbal. Yeah, nothing with caffeine, chamomile maybe. And so just, I think we should just not really say anything. Just sit with her and drink our tea and wait to see what she says.
She looks at you guys, and after a couple minutes, she says, Miss Biani, do you, we did some really bad things.
Well, if you think about it, it wasn't really you, was it? You know how Zill creates amazing illusions and then people react to it like it's real, right? And their behavior is different because they're not really dealing with reality, right?
I mean, I guess.
I know that you... Did she roll? How is her memory?
She sort of rolled on the sly, but she, you could ask her if you wanted.
Yeah. So, like, do you remember much of it?
Only some bits. It kind of goes in and out. It's like a bit of a blur.
Right.
You
And the
remember
things
more
that
than Eldon.
that's true. And the things that you remember, do you remember like being in your right mind and thinking clearly and making good decisions?
Oh no. But Miss Biani, I saw Mr. Eldon sucking someone's blood.
Yeah. The thing is, he was under the
You're
same spell.
disgusting.
He was under the same spell, and he also wasn't in control of what he did, and he actually doesn't remember anything. So I don't think you can. Yeah, he really wasn't himself.
No.
I'm glad he
Shush,
doesn't
you're not
remember.
here.
He'd probably be very upset if he knew
Yeah.
that he actually ate blood. That's so gross.
Yeah, and other people did things that
Say
they were,
something like
that they wouldn't do. But it was the spell, and I know that you have those memories. But think of it more like someone told you a story about something that happened, because it wasn't really you.
Well, what about the poor man that Temerity murdered? Don't we have to go find out who he is so that we can help him?
Well, we've already, we've talked about that, and we're gonna make sure that that happens. We don't know. Maybe they had a cleric on hand. It's not like with that situation, it was probably unusual. They probably took him to a back room and had someone heal him.
Yeah,
He is a paying customer.
Totally could have been. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's a paying customer.
Yep.
Roll either deception or persuasion, whichever he's doing.
Let's see. I'll do persuasion. 18.
Okay.
You are also a sweet summer child, then. Okay. See if I can check out.
She looks to Marble for validation, and Marble just does her best. Oh yeah, that's totally true, face.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that totally happened. He's like, they totally had a cleric there. I'm pretty sure it'd be silly if they didn't.
Think of the insurance cost.
He could be okay. Like, there's a possibility.
Is insight intelligence or wisdom? I'm trying to remember.
Wisdom.
With
Yeah.
wisdom.
Not really your best bet.
Oh my god, you guys
She
are treating her
believes
like
you.
Animal Farm. Jesus.
She's like, oh yeah, that's probably true.
Yeah.
Yes.
We have, they've had clerics at the circus if people break a leg or something. If there's an accident,
Yeah.
they're coming.
Well, that's a load off my mind.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, there's some dark things in this world.
Yes.
I know, it's so here. I don't know why anybody would want to do that.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad we had this talk.
All right. I'm not going to go to that place ever again.
I don't think we are either.
I'm glad you told them so that they can go get that poor angel out.
Yes. Yeah, it was a scary mission, but in the end, we saved someone. Or we will save
Yeah.
someone.
Hopefully.
Oh, I'm sure they'll go in right away because they wouldn't want to have some poor angel still there. That'd
Right.
be awful.
We
They
also
definitely
heard
wouldn't
some
want somebody
people.
looking into it.
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
Oh, they definitely don't want somebody looking into it, so I'm sure they will.
Yeah, we know some people who might be more, to make sure, just as a backup,
Yeah.
just to make sure that it all happens, that they're freed.
Hmm. Well, thank you. Thank you for talking to me. I know that the boss sometimes thinks I'm really like young and kind of a child in some ways, but I'm becoming smarter, I think.
Yeah, you're getting there.
Yeah, you're getting a crash course.
Hmm. Crash is the right word, I think.
Mm-hmm. All right. So what are you going to do to help with the building of the circus? Where are you going to go now? Oh,
Well,
how are the Zill plushies coming along?
I can always check with my guy.
no, he was making your thing first. He's not going to do
I
anything until
can't
that's
wait
done.
to see my thing.
Yeah.
I hope I'm shiny and sparkly.
So he's been working day and night on that, but he's almost done. You can tell because he's not measuring you as often. Whereas before he was sort of measuring you every 2 minutes, it seemed.
Mm.
Now he's like, nope, I got this.
I got it.
Hey, Saphira,
Mm-hmm.
could you describe your act to me?
Well, it's more like I am a barker for the boss. You know, I stand outside of his tent and I have the fire and I, blow my fire thing and stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The guy we met who decided to join us, did he do fire stuff too?
I haven't talked to him yet. He is, as I understand it, a mage, so he can do all different kinds of stuff, I guess.
Yeah. Because I think we were looking for someone, something for him to do, and maybe the two of you could talk and come up with a way to incorporate your fire, and maybe he'll do ice, or maybe do something magical with your fire. That could be cool.
Yeah. All right, I'll go talk to him.
And maybe if he could have like a costume that requires him to kind of cover his face to make it mysterious, because I think he's kind of on the lam. So
He's on a lamb?
he's keeping a low profile.
Oh, okay. Sure.
You
Yeah.
know, a lot of
all right.
us like to keep low profiles.
Yeah.
Like your boss.
Yeah.
So low profiles together.
That's right. All right, I'll go talk to him. I bet you he'll have great ideas.
Cool. I hope it's okay that I just put those two loose ends together.
Sure.
I mean, we did talk about it last time. Oh,
Okay.
time
All right.
before.
Good. All right. Cool.
All right. Is there anything else that anybody else wants to do?
Not off the top of my head.
Oh, I think that was the last call.
Okay.
Are we going to fast forward in time to the show? Is that the idea?
If you want to, if this is all that you have to do.
I got just one thing for me and Wish to do.
And I have a thing.
Yes.
But you go first.
Okay.
So Wish is gonna help set up, so she'll run around and do all the help Wilkes with all the heavy lifting and stuff, or whoever knows just needs things moved from point A to point B. And then I'm going to keep working on arm things for Wilkes.
Okay. Anybody have anything else?
I want Marble to spend some time thinking back to everything that's happened and this area and see if she remembers anything. Like, spend a minute meditating and, like, calling on her god and her memories to come to her.
Why don't you roll religion?
Okay, let's see how religious I am today. I'm not religious at all.
Nothing. You got nothing. You
Got
spend the
nothing.
time meditating and you're sort of deep breathing, but just nothing is coming to you. It's such a gap.
Yeah, she's gonna get frustrated and then go train with her aunt. Learn some things.
All right.
And Timothy would like to go follow up on that sword.
All right. Yeah, that's easy enough. I believe you already paid for it. I could be wrong.
No.
Okay, so you didn't. All right. So are you taking someone to help?
Oh yeah, got to approach Vianney and ask if she would like to come along and help with negotiations, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, sure. I can be charming.
All right. So, yeah. You go and you can find a it's just a lady with dreadlocks off by the way. And she's looking at you and she's like, "Oh yeah, I got your sword."
Yeah, I
So,
see.
yep, she shows it to you. It is just what you asked for.
Marvelous work.
It's what I do.
Vianney would like to do or I want to do a perception check.
Go ahead.
I am looking for any evidence of like their kids. Does she have any kids or things around or extended family? Basically, if I need to use a circus angle, do I have an in?
You see that she seems to have, looking around, maybe not kids herself, but she at least knows people with kids.
Okay. So like, I don't know, little dolls made out of corn cobs or something, like whatever it is. But this,
You had a good perception. It's not necessarily that she has kid stuff around, which is why you don't think it would be her kids. But you notice that there's at least an effort made in childproofing,
okay.
which makes you think that
Oh, okay.
and this is not a place where like kids would just wander in saying, "I would like a broadsword, please," So you assume that there are people who come by who have.
Okay.
Yes.
I think there'll be at least one child who come in and go, "I want a broadsword."
As big as myself.
One time.
She'll do all that silently, so Temerity can. She's taking her cues from Temerity.
Well, Temerity?
And you said it was how much?
I believe we discussed 250.
That we did.
Which at this, for a beautiful piece like this is a masterwork. I think you've got to admit that this is a great deal for you.
Timothy's looking very intently at the sword.
I think this is your cue, Vianney.
Is silence my cue? Like, oh, okay. All right. So Temerity, there's an awkward silence, and Vianney stepped forward and said, "That is, I have to say, the most beautiful piece of craftsmanship I've seen in a long time. Did you put your mark on there somewhere?
Yeah. Yep, it's on the hilt.
Can I have what kind of mark did she leave?
It is like a little rune.
All right.
Big or smaller than the infernal wounds?
Probably
Oh,
also
much
different
smaller.
type.
It's a very small. It's just like signing a work, so it's meant to be nondescript.
Well, we have our show. We're with the circus, and a whole bunch of people are going to be coming to watch. And I bet if you could knock that down to 200, we could use that piece in one of our acts in the big tent, and mention that you were the person who crafted that fine piece of work.
Wow, we're paying her good exposure.
You're trying. You can roll a you can roll persuasion.
All right, and then can I do a and of course, we would also provide you and say 10 people with free entrance to the circus so that you could be there to be recognized in the audience, of course. I might have left that out. Can I get advantage?
You could get advantage.
All right.
Temerity turns
One
to
of these
Vianney
days, I'm
with
going to
wide
need you
eyes
to
at this
roll
point.
roll persuasion to persuade me.
Persuasion or performance?
So,
Is it
go ahead.
persuasion? Persuasion
It's
or performance?
persuasion.
Okay. Right.
We could also do deception if we
Oh,
just want
yeah.
to swindle her.
Yes.
She says,
Oh, nice.
tell you what, I was planning on going to the big shebang anyway. How about if I just I'll take it off. 200.
Excellent. Wow. Wonderful. And also make sure you write your name and the location, where people can find you. If you want to write a couple of them up, we can hand them out to any interested buyers, at the end of the show.
All right, sounds good. She does that.
All right.
Temerity's going to lean over and in halfling say, "You're bloody natural at this."
That's 25 gold pieces.
I can't buy you off of apple and cinnamon pies.
Ooh, well, you could buy me off with apple cinnamon pies, actually. That's
Try
a
buying
bargain
her
I'll
off. Try buying her off with circus tickets.
No. I want the pies. I was actually joking about the 25 gold. But, if you're going to give me pies, I will take them. I am good at this.
Oh yeah, Temerity's planning on making the pies anyway, so that's a damn good deal.
Beautiful.
For both of us. Win-win. All right. So we'll talk to the ringleader about that. And let's see. Temerity, could you do anything with that weapon in a culinary way that could be shown off in the...
I suppose if we had a large enough roast, I could try using it to carve.
We'd have to talk to the ringleader. Might have to spend some of that gold you saved. But you still come out ahead. Even if you spent 5 or 10, you still be up 40.
It would have to be a big beast, but yes.
Really give them a show. And we can hand out the roast beefs to people in the audience. As long as, they don't have any allergies.
Guys, let's have a cookout.
Yeah, basically.
Fucking seriously,
nice.
let's just have a cookout.
And did I hear you? Did I overhear you talking about with Sophia about her show? If we did that in the evening with the roast.
Ooh, with all the fire going on and you whipping your new piece around and cutting things off and slicing it up.
Yes.
That could be amazing. We have to be really careful we don't set the big tent on fire. But other than that,
I'm sure we can find a nice open space.
yeah, we just like make sure there's nothing flammable and have water on hand. Right. This got elaborate. Let's go back and see if we can pitch it to the others. We have to find some roast beast first.
Okay.
No jackal.
All right, so you can go and probably find everybody.
All right, Temerity, tell them what happened.
Well, I bought this lovely sword. Vianney has negotiated a lovely deal for me for it. So, and then Vianney suggested we find a way of showing it off. And I thought, well, why don't we see about doing an open air evening show with fire? Since Sophia might enjoy that. And now it seems I've got to convince all of you. Oh, well, we would need a really big gate for me to use this sword to do that.
I can see what I can find.
Ringleader, Eldon?
I think it's okay, but we have to make sure that the my health and safety training is kicking in. No jokes like that. I'll go. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Where will we get the big beast though? That's what I want to know. Like we can then carry on with Elton, but that could be the next thing.
I just want the brains of the big beast, but I can help you do whatever you want.
Good bargaining skills.
If you come with me, I can teach you to hunt, so you can actually provide for yourself.
Oh, yes.
Oh Lord.
Let's do it. It's adventure time with Walks.
You've had it with
Yes.
Sil.
Walks and Eldon are gonna go out and see
Find
about hunting down some wild game.
The biggest thing we can find.
Yes, the biggest thing we can find that is edible.
Okay. I'll kind of speak up and go, do we need to go hunting for it? Why don't we just buy something from the market? And kind of gesture towards the massive markets that exist very close by, that no doubt have livestock in them.
Because this is more fun, and
How about we do both, so that just in case the hunting doesn't go as well, we'll have something here. And besides, if we have two of them, we'll have one for customers and one for ourselves.
I don't think Marble trusts your hunting skills, Walks.
I don't trust yours.
Walks is the one helping doing the hunting. He's just teaching me.
I'm just
No,
saying there might
you'll
not
be
be that
helping
big
us
of
to
game
as well.
around.
Okay, doesn't trust you.
So
The market is
I'm
a
just being
reasonable
smart.
backup.
No trust.
Okay.
yeah, I really
Yeah, you
Well-
could do one like medium well and the other one medium rare.
yeah.
This is true.
I don't know if this is going to go well, guys. We might just burn the fucking food.
It's gonna be,
We are just asking the fire eater to just like cook it.
Saphira won't be doing the cooking.
She's gonna light
That's-
the fire.
To be advertising and like doing, you know,
yeah,
like
Temerity's doing the
rings
cooking,
and
right?
entertaining the
Samaritan's
crowd.
the actual chef.
The
is going-
actual cook is doing the cooking.
Yeah.
Okay. For the sake of it, yeah, probably be nature or something. GM, thinking about it, yeah. Are there any good delectable meat animals, that would kind of be about in this area?
Meat
like
animals.
asking Kalia and stuff like that.
Oh yeah. Well,
Meat
Kelly is
animals.
like, we got markets. I don't know much about meats per se. I'm sure that they have stuff. I just don't know why. If you
Maybe-
wanted to know the person, who would you ask? I think. You would probably.
Our new wizard friend might know what
At
normally gets
most,
brought into
I
town.
would say maybe the wizard would know, but he didn't really seem like the hunter type to you.
That's true.
The person who would know would be Wolks.
Mm.
Wolks goes off
Yeah.
hunting, has been in this area for a few days,
Yeah,
keeps an
probably picked
idea.
up some smells. I can do a nature or survival.
Yeah, either one.
Okay, I would like to assist to give you an advantage
Sure.
Okay.
because I got nature.
Well, let's do nature then. With advantage. 23.
Yeah. You know exactly. There's. You've been wanting to hunt some elk. They get some nice elk around here. But, you don't usually have a chance to go after that size of meat. It's usually just for you. So that's kind of not your, it's not something you would go after, but you've been wanting to. And they got some real nice choice, good looking elk. It's right at the mating season where you're not going to be interrupting anything like that.
Oh, that also means they have the nice big antlers. That's gonna look very good on the.
Mhm. So yeah.
Okay, so we
I
go.
will go
Elk.
find. I will go find. I will go find Ilden, and I will look at him and go. If I track it down, you shoot it.
Sounds like a fantastic plan. I love it.
Okay.
Also, can I bite it? Can you teach me to bite things? You're really good at it. I've seen you do it.
You seem perfectly capable of doing that last night.
I bit someone last night?
Yes.
Why didn't you tell me that? Was I good at it?
I thought
While
you
you were
remembered
drinking
like the
their
rest
blood,
of us.
you almost killed them.
I don't remember anything.
Okay, well, you got charmed, and then you took a guy down after he tried to attack you, and then you full-on bit him full vampire style and drank his blood, and you were, like, this close to killing the poor man.
You were gonna tell. You're allowed temerity get away. Okay. Did I look cool doing it?
Yes.
Fantastic.
You looked pretty cool from where I was standing.
All right.
You had a decent technique.
Okay.
On a scale of 1 to 10, everyone's holding
you,
up cards. Like,
you
9.6.
definitely looked like a creature of the
An
night.
8?
A good 8.
A good 8. A good solid
solid
8. Okay.
I say a 10 out of 10
it's
because
hard to get the last
full-on vampire
flourishes
tonight.
in when
I'm
you're
all
under
here
mind
for it.
control.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, minus the
Cool.
mind control. But I'm still going to give 10 out of 10 because you were drenched.
Good to know. Okay. Well, I'll have to practice some more. But I like this plan.
Mm-hmm.
But we should probably at least try to avoid biting things that are gonna be served.
That's probably true.
And any innocent people.
Got it. Only guilty people.
We're hunting
Yes,
elk.
only guilt. Only bad guys. We now have the Elden test.
More like the Elkin test.
Ah, because it's elk. I love it.
Yes.
All right, let's do
Let's
it.
go hunt some elk.
Let's go hunt some elk.
All right. You guys can roll, or Wolks probably can roll survival with advantage.
Okay. 20.
Yeah. Get yourselves a big fat old elk.
Mm-hmm.
And
I will point it out to Eldon. You see Walks like almost on all fours, just going through, like tongue going in and out quickly, just striking it down. And then suddenly he just stops, like stands up a little, still ducking down, and just like pricks Eldon on, or like pokes Eldon and points.
All right. Where should I shoot it? Like what body part?
In the heart.
In the heart.
You
Where is it?
shoot for the main mass.
Okay. I just don't want to ruin the meat if we're gonna eat it. These
It's
things
the
are.
same place you would throw a spear at.
I don't know how to throw spears. That's not very helpful. Like literally, like I do a little drawing on the
Shoot.
and I'm like, where?
Just kill the damn thing.
Okay.
In the chest.
In the chest. Got it.
All right.
What can I do
So,
to help
do you
myself
want
with
to?
this?
I guess roll an attack, a ranged attack.
Sorry, I'm gonna see how I can make the. Do I have this ready? I do have it ready because I always have it ready. Why not? Let's do it. We're gonna branding smite this thing. Because I can. Which is some amount of extra D10 damage. Or deep damage, I forget. So, bonus action for that. Do I get, since I usually have extra attack, do I get 2 attacks or just the 1 attack to try to kill it?
2 attacks, yeah. You can roll twice.
Here we go. Dice. Don't let me down.
Yeah, it's 2d10 6, 2d6 radiant damage on the
2d6.
first attack.
Okay. I got a 27 and a 15.
Those are both enough.
Alright.
Really, you can describe the creature's death. Between you and Walks, you hit it.
If it's had survived, I would have stopped running and tracking
Yes.
it down.
Yes. That's why.
Anyway, so
And if it survived to run away, it is glowing.
yes,
If it survived my body, it is glowing.
this elk cannot become invisible.
Yes. Glowing.
The two of you
elk.
together, I think, are capable of taking down an elk.
How much because we're trying to like get this is like not obviously we're gonna kill it, but we're trying to kill it in such a way that we preserve the meat for like actual cooking, so we're trying not to be indiscriminate about it. So how good are we at not just like
Hitting it in the heart.
how good are we to like actually killing it without destroying the meat?
What was the 2 things that? What was the 2?
My
Shots
2
that
rolls
you
were a 27 and a 15.
Yeah, I would say with that, the first one is dead on. The second, you would have preferred to maybe not get so much of the flank, but it is what it is, and it looks very yummy to you.
Woot. Walks. Can you okay? Brains. Is that something I have to wait for later?
Let's drag it. Yes,
Oh.
we'll drag it back. Drag
Drag it back and then
And-
brains later.
and cut it up. And
Wouldn't be less to drag if. Sorry, I'm not there.
Walt's gonna like, just
Stealth.
put it over his
Yeah.
shoulders and just start walking.
Walks can just do it. Perfect. Alright, that's all I got.
Alright.
Barbecue time.
Yeah, you guys.
More like brain a cube.
I will say, if you bring it back, then you'll have Auntie Mimsy there to help. There's no point even in rolling. She gets every last drop.
Yeah.
Very good at this.
Is there anything so I would like to kind of break out my notebook and take notes on how Empty Mimsy and Wilkes do this so that I can eventually become independent in, I don't know, survivaling things better. I don't know what skill that is, but
All right.
I guess,
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay, just increasing that skill for eventually being able to do this on my own.
That skill is a medicine skill.
Medicine
So-
skill, perfect, because I think that's intelligence based.
No,
Nope,
it's
still
wisdom.
wisdom.
Yep.
Because it's not based on like
Yeah.
knowing things about the human body. It's based on like experience and
Yeah.
like intuition.
Damn it. That's okay. We'll work on it. Either way, working on getting better at doing this.
Nice. Okay. So yeah, I mean, you're working on a skill. I know that Wolks is working on. What are you working on, Wolks? You're working
Animal
on
handling.
Animal
I
handling.
will.
Yes.
I will be spending. I didn't say it like some of the. I will be spending time both a night
Okay.
training Hook and getting tips from Knockdown Dolly.
Yeah.
That was her
She
name,
sets
right?
up a thing with you that she'll come over every,
Yes.
for maybe an hour every day.
Yeah.
She's a little frightened at first of Hook.
That's fair.
You notice she's usually with horses, not
Hook or
underground monsters. Uh, but
he's friendly.
you know, she says, right. Great. Yeah, but after a little bit, she sort of gives you some tips of some things that you can do better. Why don't you roll animal handling with advantage just to see?
Yeah, let's see what. Oh, that is terrible.
Yeah,
Holy shit.
yeah. But unfortunately, you find that Hook is picking up on her fear, and it's upsetting him. And and it's just becoming too emotional in the room. You can't get him calmed down enough to do anything with,
Mm.
unfortunately.
Oh, she'll get used to him, and he'll get used to her eventually.
Okay. So, what is the, all right, first, anything else that people are doing?
Besides
Elton,
training
I
with
did
my
have a-
aunt every now and then.
Yeah.
Yes.
I forgot, did you send that letter
To your parents.
to your parents?
Yeah, that was a while ago. I was trying to figure out what. Oh, yes. No, that parent to my letters was sent a while ago about the
Okay.
internship. And then, or maybe not a while ago in game time, but session time, it's been a bit.
Yeah,
Uh,
I think it was the.
It was like 2 or 3 days ago.
I'm sorry, buddy. You've been
Yeah.
bad time to sleep with me.
I think the other one that I did is I was supposed to contact Montgomery and tell him that I have very sensitive information and he needs to get here right now.
All right. Why don't we do that right now? So
Okay.
you're gonna get on the sending
The
stone.
drama.
Mhm.
The intrigue.
And yes, I'm going to tell him that I have learned some very sensitive information about the Ravnikins, and that I'm scared to share it to him unless it's in person because it is world-shattering information. So he needs to get here as soon as he can
I forgot what the plan was.
to kill him.
All right.
That is the plan.
Oh,
The plan
yeah,
is to murder him.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure.
Roll persuasion with the advantage, because this is kind of what you were supposed to do. So
Yes.
You go evil just for this one person.
Good. I'm proficient in it, but I'm not very good at it.
Do you wanna-
Ha ha!
Nat 20. I am a witness.
nice.
So
Very good.
25
Oh.
altogether.
Really?
You showed me that.
Oh goodness, this is the break we've been waiting for. All right. Where is here? Where shall I meet you?
Okay.
It's going to take at least a week's travel.
Okay, so where are we gonna be in a week? Like schedule what? Like I'm sure I know where the itinerary of the Cirque is, like where our next city is.
Let me run
No,
over.
we hadn't decided.
We were just gonna
Yeah.
go along the coast.
Okay, so we're gonna be along the coast. So I'll tell him to go traveling along the coast, towards where we're heading. But so we've been heading north, right?
Yeah, I believe we're
Yeah.
here.
Yeah. So we're heading. Okay, and our plan is to head.
I'm just guessing, our next spot is here.
Yeah. So head north. So we're heading
So
towards
Pomali.
there. But as soon as I know where the circus is going to be, I'll make sure to message him. So start heading towards Pomali. But I will
Pomali.
I'll
He
keep
says, "All
you
right,
updated.
well, that'll take a little more than a week, but I'll get there as fast as my money will take."
Yes, I'll make sure to keep you updated as we move.
Oh,
Don't
I should
tell
probably
anybody.
bring Bethany. No, I've got to bring Bethany.
I mean, maybe Bethany, but don't tell anybody else. This is very, very sensitive. I don't want you or Bethany to get hurt. That would just break my heart.
Is it dangerous?
The information that I have is very dangerous. Don't worry. Once you get here, I'll protect you.
Okay. Well, is it too dangerous to bring Bethany?
Probably. Definitely don't want.
I don't know.
Why don't you just come? We don't want too many people to. Once you have the information, you can head back to safety.
She'll be very upset. She always loves to travel. Why don't you roll persuasion? And we're assuming this
Who the fuck is
conversation happened
Bethany?
over several days, going
Yes.
back and forth. 'Cause-
Oh no! I got a 1 on that one.
Yep, a 1. Not very convincing.
You know, the truth is, I've been meaning to propose, and I think this trip would just be the. Don't you worry. I'll be there.
Okay. Perfect.
You gonna need help?
Nope. I have a plan. I'm not telling him this clearly, but I'm gonna learn how to bite a man's head off.
Oh,
Literally.
Within the next 2 weeks.
No. With him.
Oh.
alright.
Fucker, I swear to God.
Oh, I will.
Anybody
I will
else?
Tell, I will tell all
Oh,
this
sorry.
to Zill, so I
Can
will
you
keep
tell me?
Zill updated because Zill is in on
Tell me.
my little troubles here. Maybe. I'll decide on Marvel.
All right. Well, Zill isn't here right now. Zill is hiding away. But you guys can role play that out later. Anybody else?
I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
What
I've
is
done what I wanted to do.
As things are so busy, what is the do you have anything set up by way of security?
We have
R&D
my boys,
We have
don't
the
we?
bouncers,
guys, right?
We have the
right.
bouncers, and we have the realm effect
gosh, I've been
for
freed.
for the people.
All right. So I'm going to say, you guys, between all of that, why don't you roll perception for the bouncers, Eldon? I think those are yours, right? I think Vianney has some too, but.
But I'm not rolling, right?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Well, actually, that's the Dolly Riders.
Yeah,
Those
I have the
are-
riders. Yeah, they're more the
Yeah.
show. Hmm.
Yep.
So, Eldon.
Yeah, why don't you roll for your bouncers? Because it's all they do, really. They bounce.
R&D.
Sorry, I forgot that I muted myself. I rolled a 6, but I don't know what the other stuff is.
All right, so they don't catch on to anything.
Okay.
They're off being, I don't know,
Bouncers.
being kind of useless. But in any case, the animals suddenly contact you, Ringleader.
Mm-hmm.
One of them just kind of walks up to you and says, "Hey, Ringleader, Ringleader,
Hello.
hello. There's some weird people around. We don't like them, Ringleader."
Are they doing anything wrong?
They are, I don't know the word for it in human. It's they're like foxes around a hen. That's how they act. Not like regular people coming in. Like sneaky.
Okay. Can you show me them?
Yup. So they kind of amble over, and
I
you can
need to know
roll.
what animal is telling him this.
What animals do you have there?
An eponymous, like, just group of things called animal. So could be a horse, could be an elephant. We said we had an elephant.
I think this would be the elephant then, probably.
Okay,
Nice,
cool.
nice. That's well. It was important for my own mental image of it.
Random elephant.
It's a bad name. Sorry to interrupt.
Nope, it's okay.
So Jumbo takes the ringleader to
Okay, its name is Ross.
Ross.
Yeah,
Ross the elephant.
Okay.
That works.
Ross the elephant. Yeah.
So Ross the elephant kind of comes over and he kind of shambles along and he points with his trunk, so you can roll perception with advantage.
That was wrong. Sorry. Take 4 off of that because thing. So it's 20.
Okay. So yeah, there are in fact some sketchy dudes, kind of, and they're wearing leather.
Oh no. Are they greasers?
Okay, so you weren't there. That is significant because the other group, the other cult of Rakdos,
Mm-hmm.
they wear a lot of black leather.
Ah, I see. So
They have a very
They
goth
are-
BDSM thing going.
so they're wearing
Yes.
similar to the Cult of Raktos stuff.
Yes.
Okay. I'll kind of say thank you, Ross. If you want, you can go and have some hay.
Can I
It's
get
okay.
peanuts? I like peanuts. Can I get some peanuts? I want some
Temerity
peanuts.
will do some peanuts for you. It's okay. Go on.
Peanuts and sticky buns.
And
All right. So, just out of the sense of humor that I have, Temerity, all of a sudden there's an elephant who starts following you around.
the elephant can speak. It's been
Not
established.
to Temerity.
No, they can. They can.
Yeah, they have limited.
They have limited speech.
I believe
what?
that's just for the person who has that.
It is
Oh, is
dement
it-
affects the area and sometimes immediate surroundings. And it is
Okay,
like,
all right,
well, they
yeah.
have the ability to think.
So,
And also, like, there's also another things as well. Like, for instance, even now, like, there is actually like a soft circus music that's wafting through the air because of Eldon and Vianney. and stuff like that. There's just cool shit. There's cool stuff going on.
So yeah. So Temerity, an elephant comes up to you and goes, "Peanuts, peanuts, peanuts, peanuts."
I seem to already recognize this as one of the circus's elephants.
Do you give him some peanuts?
Were you sent by someone? Temerity
Yep.
would ask as he's reaching for the pot
Ringleader.
with the dough with the peanuts in.
The ringleader sent me to get the peanuts because I showed him the foxmen.
Fox men.
Yup. Where are the peanuts? Peanuts?
But
Peanuts?
I seem Temerity remembers how the people at the other circus were dressed.
He
I'd like
didn't
to
say
think that
anything
in this
about
scene,
wearing black leather. He
It-
just
He
said
just
the
said
foxmen.
fox.
I'd
but-
like to think
No, I'm
that
not
at
gonna
this
go
point in
jumping
the
straight
scene,
to that conclusion. Just
I'd like to think that at this point in the scene, like a bouncer will actually kind of come up and tell Temerity what I was literally going to do was I was going to go and find a bouncer and then basically just say like tell everyone, yo, we might have people from the Rachnos cult, mucking about. So just kind of like give everyone a no on the thing. So I like to
All right.
imagine that they'll just show up and tell people.
Yeah. So at some point, all of you get somebody coming up. The bouncers are going around saying some weirdos hanging about.
in that case,
But
Temerity's
Temerity,
gonna-
you better give him some peanuts because he is not leaving you
yeah,
until you do.
Temerity's going to grab a bowl, pour in some peanuts, and offer it to the elephant.
Thank you, Temerity. Go take care of those foxmen now. They're bad. I don't like them. Thank you for the peanuts. Peanuts.
Oh dear. Yep, you're welcome.
Mhm.
And he's going to turn to the bouncer and go, how many and where?
He doesn't know how many, but he points you over to where the ringleader is, I'm assuming, waiting for you.
Mm-hmm.
And Temerity is going to turn around, pick up his sword, and take flight over to the ringleader.
All right. Is everybody else rushing over?
Yeah, when the bat signal goes up.
Yeah.
Bad
Yes.
signal.
Yes.
Oh.
We are on time.
So reading through what the stronghold can actually do, one of us can be hidden. So in a way, what level is stronghold currently?
Oh, 1. We haven't leveled it yet.
Okay, so one of us can be hidden in a way where no mundane or magic search can find us.
Yeah.
So one of us could take them as a prize.
I mean, yeah, we could do that.
Probably you.
I was going to hit them with contagion, but
Yeah, but that hidden, you either want to give it to a hard hitter, or just someone who's going to hit straight
Well,
away.
it also depends on like what hidden means in the sense of just like, hey, can we like if someone tries to find them, or is it hidden like actually hidden from them in like a combat sense?
Also, can I just point out, they're mixing with our audience, right? Is that what's happening, or are they just
I don't
Well,
think
your
we have an
audience
yet.
hasn't really
This
shown
isn't-
up yet.
okay?
This
All right,
isn't-
so
this
this
isn't
just
game night.
workers. It's
Yeah.
just workers around right
Yeah.
now, and they're just sort
Yeah.
of like
Yeah.
sticking out. Okay, I wasn't quite sure. Like, all right, that's very dumb of them, but all right, that's fine.
They're not. You can roll insight.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
ringleader, or
yeah.
whoever's sort of.
might want to
checking
talk to
out.
them first before we fight them.
I mean, the thing is that we cut away, so I don't really have like an idea of the thread. So like, what's basically happened?
You're rolling insight to see if you can read their body language and stuff.
Yeah, but at what point? like the thing is that we kind of we followed the elephant kind of thing. So I'm kind of a bit more like
We all came around to where you were because we were summoned.
Okay.
Right. So
So yeah, so like if there's been a bit of time come by, they would basically come back to find me talking to at least one of these guys,
Mhm.
and like I'll just come over to them and go, "Hello."
So you're looking at like 2 or 3 individuals who are 2 or 3, no, 3 individuals who are sort of just walking around, trying to pretend this is all very normal stuff, you know. And they look at you as you're like, hello. They just give you a look over and they say, hello. How's it going, friend?
Looks up. The weather is nice. How are you today?
Never better. Never better.
Yeah, while I'm kind of talking to them, kind of getting a disposition of what there's about. So, rolling an insight as I ask them, so, what do you want?
Oh, well, some of your little group here was nice enough to come and be friendly, so we just wanted to return the favor.
They kind ringleader is kind of quiet for a bit and says, are you going to join in the festivities?
Are we invited?
Are you paying?
Oh, sure, we'll pay. I bet you a whole bunch of us would love to come and check out the competition.
I really want to know the result of that inside.
Oh,
Yeah, I've rolled this
sorry.
insight. 19.
Okay. They are, they're not going to do anything violent right now. Actually, why don't you ask, what is it that you um, are looking to incite them about? What are you trying to figure out?
I'm trying to figure out the disposition. I'm trying to figure out like what they're about. You know, they're being all like pretty. You know, they seem a bit more like Harlem Stiffs, and I'm trying to figure out if they're, you know, gonna try and shank me next chance they get.
Probably not, but what you sort of glean from your insight, which is, 19 fairly high, is that they have taken some umbrage at the fact that you guys, they've at some point figured out that the people who came, intimidated their guards and killed people on their turf were in fact from your
Person.
circus.
We killed one person, not people.
We came very close to killing just
That's not
a
the
lot of
same.
people.
I'll cut across and kind of say, if you want to, that'll be perfectly fine. However, there is no violence that happens here.
Oh, of course. Wouldn't dream of coming to your place and being violent, would we? And you get a general, just not people nodding, like, oh gosh, no, not a chance.
Do you promise not to be violent?
Oh, I'm willing to pinky swear.
Okay. Where is it? There is an ability that lets me basically put them under a gesh, so I'm hoping that will work. Okay, yeah. I will say, I will see you tonight, and we'll kind of like turn around and leave.
Okay. Can't wait. By the way, they say just before leaving. And of course, we are sure that you guys are just the nicest people in the world, right? But we are a little curious about one little thing. Who brought you here?
The ringleader just like continues to look at them and says, looks them and says, "We came by foot. Not your feet, our feet. I don't have feet."
How interesting. So, must have been a real long trip then, huh?
Took us a long time.
Alrighty. Well, we'll be there tonight. We'll see you then.
Okay, goodbye.
Right. Goodbye. And they leave.
All right.
So the rest of us by this time would have been summoned and arriving as this ended.
Presumably.
I
Yeah.
mean, like it's up to Chrissy to kind of like decide on how that went out. Like I would have been talking.
I'm assuming that it didn't take that long for them to get where they are, at least most of them, unless anybody thinks they were in some weird place.
No.
So yeah,
I
but
would
at
have
least
been
by the end,
with my aunt, so I wouldn't have been far away.
yeah. So at
The
least
question
by
is,
the end,
would they would have left by the time any of us arrived.
Or at
Okay.
least be on their way out, I would imagine,
Yeah.
based on where the entrance might be or whatever.
So yeah.
Do you tell the rest of us
No.
what happened?
Like I'm like, if you guys arrive, I'll be kind of like, I'll be just kind of like waiting for you guys, and like I'll be a bit smaller, a bit like bent over kind of thing, and I'd like to use my Demence ability, which is the meditation ability that you gave me. And as part of that, I'll set a spell. I'll install a spell into the grove.
All right. And what is it that you install?
So I've got two spell. It kind of says like it has to be with DM acceptance, you know. The first one that the first thing that I was suggesting is, what's it called? It's not called Zone of Peace in this one. Is it tiny hut?
Tiny hut makes a little thing that you can live inside that hides you from the outside, and it's climate controlled.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it would be tiny hut because that keeps people out and you're wanting people to come in. There's only a limited number of people. that
Well,
can be-
it will be kind of a thing of whatever. The other one that I would suggest is warding winds, and basically the spell allows you to control the strength of the wind, and it's just kind of like this thing that can be present around everyone, around the whole camp kind of thing. So it's just like a precaution. It's just a thing that could be there if we need
All
it.
right.
I think I think it's probably the camp is a little bit big to have something that's 15 feet long go around it. Sorry, 50 feet long go around it.
No. It's very big, but this is a thing this is like it's a specific thing. It's you get a sanctuary and then you can install a spell in the sanctuary, and it basically is a spell that you cast and the sanctuary comes under the effect of it.
Oh, okay.
So if you kind of like it, like let's say you install darkness. Darkness is 3x3, yeah, 15 feet on a sphere. But if you cast it in with a sanctuary, the whole sanctuary just gets enveloped in darkness.
Okay.
It's kind of like that, but this is why the GM has to agree to it.
It makes sense. Okay.
Because otherwise, yeah, you're right. It's a bit crazy.
I will allow it.
Okay. But yeah, like once that's done, like this will mean that I'm quiet for a little bit, like about maybe about 10 minutes. So like when you guys get there, you'll just kind of see me kind of looking down like that, very quietly, being very pensive.
Wait, we have no idea what's going on.
We have no idea what's going on, but he's being quiet.
They
Look around. Sorry, yeah, they.
And when I'm done, I'll kind of like come out and I'll go, "Hello, people from the cult are here to cause trouble. I sent them away, and they said that they would come back tonight. So it's a good idea that you make preparations, or we maybe stop the show entirely. It's up to you, because I don't know what to really do about it."
People from the cult. What cult?
The cult of, I'm sorry, GM, what was the name of them again?
Cult of Rakdos?
Rakdos. The cult of Rakdos. They were the people we went to find the... Did we actually get a name of the angelic creature? Or would it just be like the planetar creature from yesterday?
Yes.
So they came here and then they threatened to come back tonight?
They didn't threaten to do anything. They were very angry that we had interfered in their show yesterday.
We did not interfere in their show.
We wouldn't have.
They
done
looked very
anything.
angry about it, regardless.
We wouldn't have done anything if they hadn't charmed us.
Exactly.
So that's really their fault.
No.
Well,
Yeah, they should have like a waiver you have to sign before you come in.
if they wanna come here and try anything, then they can be my guests.
We have many things that can help with that. The defenses on the Cirque still are standing, but it's a good idea that we all are very careful with how we act. We keep an eye out and everything, and if we're not careful, it'll be okay.
Could we make a peace offering to them instead? I mean, we've got audience here tonight. It's a family-friendly show. We can't have violence breaking out or people won't come.
Well,
Then we have to cancel the show.
did they threaten violence?
The show must go on.
They didn't.
I'm debuting my new outfit.
I say we give them to Meredith.
No.
Did
Eldon.
they threaten violence?
Eldon.
What exactly did they
Okay,
say?
I will kind of cut across that when Eldon's done that, and I will say, I am going to call a family meeting. It will be in the commissary in 10 minutes. Please be there. And ringleader just walks off, just floats away.
So another 10-minute wait. Great.
It's to gather everyone together. Like,
The
this is a
whole
general
circus.
meeting. It's going to gather the whole circus together, yeah.
To say
Yeah.
what?
To
We
tell
might
them
be
this.
in trouble. We might have some baddies here
I
trying to
think
kick.
we'll be fine. I think.
You know, like we were fine last time.
As long as they don't interrupt my act, I'm fine.
I mean, it wouldn't hurt to brief some of the.
Yeah. The people
Muscle.
who weren't there and don't know what's going on.
No.
I was going to say to brief the muscle on how to get people out safely if there is a
That's
fight.
a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
Probably have an exit strategy. Yeah. I guess it's tonight, so I can't get too many things ready.
As for the visitors of these cultists, if they want to cause trouble, I'm sure we're more than capable of sending them back. Maybe
still
without
think-
killing them.
I still think we should think about some way of just giving them some compensation and sending them on their way.
What do you think they want?
I don't know. What do demons want?
Well,
Our
we
soul-
still do not. We still don't know what the ringleader.
Fucking no.
The ringleader still hasn't told us exactly what.
No.
Okay, let's go. Let's go to the meeting.
Yes,
That's
let's
true.
go to the meeting and find out.
We really don't know what they want.
Paint
All
is
right.
for puppies.
So, 10 minutes later, everybody's around.
Yeah, like once everybody's available, everyone's there, I'm going to, very calmly, reasonably loudly so that everyone can hear, so that, the entire circus can hear, that there are people from this cult of Rachnos who is a rival group, and they've made an appearance, and this can be trouble. And we need to make a decision on how this works, how we're going to do it. And I'll just basically put the idea on the table, which is we could call off the show and move on, or we can have the show happen anyway and just refuse them at the door. But if we do that, we risk bringing things up. What's the people's different ideas?
What exactly did they say?
They said that they said that they weren't going to cause any trouble whatsoever, and that they really appreciated our visit yesterday.
I'm gonna guess that they said that second part sarcastically.
And like the ringleader is going to say, I don't know. They were very angry.
Well, I will put it out there that if we do cancel the show and leave, that's kind of giving into maybe what they want. Kind of allowing them
As
to
in, no
walk all
reason
over
to
us.
cancel the show. They have made it clear they might be angry, but they've also made it. It also seems they made it clear that they won't be doing any violence.
I think we can take
Aren't devils or is it demons? I forget. Temerity,
Demons.
you tell me. Or is it demons or devils that are really into making contracts?
That's devils.
I'm asking
That is
Temerity.
devils.
Thank you, Temerity.
Oh, sorry.
That was all
sorry. I
in
didn't realize that
character.
was in. I didn't realize that was in character. Sorry.
Yes. Okay. Do you think we could use that to our advantage?
With demons, or demon worshippers, or demon cultists? No.
Sounds like a good time.
Okay. Just a thought.
It was an idea.
I mean, I don't want to cancel the show because I don't want to.
We should.
I'm with Walks. If they said they weren't going to do anything, then they might not do anything, and they might wait until after the show to do something. But I like the. I think we should be prepared to get people out of the circus safely. We have plenty of staff to do that.
And I'm just guessing, but I'm sure this isn't the first time that something like this is gonna happen. We're gonna come across other things that are like this, so we should plan now and just prepare.
All right, I have a counter proposal or a plan B. Right, Vianney comes back right from her tent or her caravan or whatever, and she's holding like her arms are filled with stuff. She puts it on the table, and there's a lyre, 4 pillows, and 2 rugs and a hookah. She's like,
Hell yeah.
Okay.
we got the stuff from the ship, the airship that crashed, right? We saw the inside of their thing. We kind of get their tastes, right? We know what their art style is. I think we give them this with some apple cinnamon pies as an apology, and then politely invite them to fuck off.
Why don't we just throw them a show with this stuff? Give them a little VIP room.
That could be another option. Set them away from other people, like
Yeah.
in a special cordoned off area with a.
Put all the cool like.
It would be a
Swanky
way
stuff
of
there.
continuing the show, but also making them feel like they're the shit, so that they are
And
like
if they don't
flattered.
cause
And
trouble,
keeping
then
them
they can
from the
leave.
rest of the audience.
If they cause trouble, we'll know
A
exactly where
VIP
they are.
section.
We'll know.
Yeah, we could actually use this to set up the VIP section because I love this hookah.
Mhm.
I really don't want to give it away, but
Yeah.
we could set up the rugs and the pillows and the hookah, and someone can play the lyre until the show starts for them, and we can give them food and beverage, and say it's and to make up for what happened.
Yeah. Give them a VIP treatment. Free VIP.
That really makes the point that we cater to very different audiences.
Yes, I'm trying to
What
do that
about
rule of not
everyone
breaking
else?
any more laws.
What
Yeah,
about
there's no reason to
everyone
be
else?
antagonistic right off the bat.
And I kind of like look to the other people, like Calio and Keela, these kind of things. How do they feel about what's going on?
Kalia will say, well, I think Fancy Boy here has a point. If they were going to cause trouble, which they're probably going to cause trouble, to be honest, but they do it after, you know?
Mm.
It's just bad, how do you
Bad
say it?
press.
Bad
Optics.
press, yeah. Bad optics. That's perfect, Walks. Very perfect and unusual that you would come up with that. But
It's wrong. See,
Optics is a perfectly normal word.
Wolks is unpredictable at this point.
very much so.
Is he
You know?
even
Just
the
because I'm a
lizard?
lizard
You don't
person
know.
doesn't mean I don't have a big vocabulary.
That's true. That's
Just
true.
because I don't understand words doesn't mean I don't know them.
Though I have understood that a librarian dragon has been visiting you in your dreams, so makes
Yes,
sense to me. Yeah.
I have learned
Wait,
many words, like the word kerfuffle and gastropod. Both of those words.
But
One
I'm
day I'm
still a
gonna
little
meet this dragon.
concerned. It's not even that they so much into grudges, right? These are kind of people that take it out on you quick and then wander off. They don't have that sense of attention.
Yeah, I'm
Right.
gonna leave anyway.
So
But
was-
They'll make their point if they want to.
I don't worry. It's not great that we started off on this kind of footing with them.
And we don't have to, like,
I mean,
we're
we
assuming
wouldn't-
that we're gonna get into a fight. There's no reason why we should be ready for one.
we
But
wouldn't.
there's no reason why we can't go to their whatever luxurious side, give them the VIP treatment, give them everything that they want, and they can just leave without
Everything within reason.
everything that they want.
Within reason.
You see,
and they
with
can,
Eldon, that part of the sentence is implied.
so we can just maybe not get into a fight. Just there you go. This is our apology VIP bottle service.
We can
Still
if
bad
they try any shit afterwards,
Well, yes, but we can
well
maybe
then
avoid
that's
it.
their mistake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's their mistake. But we can-
Personally, I think they'd be more likely to try to get you guys to go back to their place.
yeah, this is not a good spot to fight.
Oh.
It would be a bad idea to have anybody leave the grounds right now. But
Yeah,
if there's a
nobody
good
goes
idea
there
right now, we
without a
have to
group
go
of like
with it.
10.
Personally, I'm for the VIP treatment idea.
Yeah.
Yes.
Gives us the opportunity to explain it was not our intention to cause a ruckus or kill anyone.
And maybe they should think about who they charmed before they charmed them. I'm just saying.
Well, we were just tourists, you know. We weren't regulars. We were tourists in town looking for a fun time, and someone did, sent us there as a joke, and things got out of hand.
And we were charmed.
Okay. So has anyone else amongst the crew got an opinion to give? Like amongst the entire Cirque crew?
Oh, the NPCs. Followers and
Let's
stuff.
see. Who would throw? You can see that Saphira is looking absolutely sick.
Mhm.
It doesn't take any special. Both Ankila and La La Luna look like, they're ready to throw down in a minute if somebody comes up. The Auntie Mimsy, somebody will have to roll insight on Auntie Mimsy.
I want to.
Okay, go ahead.
I got an 11. If
She's-
anybody else
well,
wants to.
Well, Temerity's
Temerity knows.
Temerity
I'm better
apparently
than you.
is
Yeah.
quite insightful all of a sudden.
I'm quite distracted by the fact that these people keep going around saying we were violent for no fucking reason.
I mean, technically
Wow.
we were.
Yeah, I was gonna say we really were violent for no fucking
We
Anyway.
wouldn't have done it. We wouldn't have done it if they hadn't charmed us. I'm just saying.
I don't know about that.
It was a mosh pit.
Sure, it's not really.
I
Go
mean,
with
I know
stealth.
I would have still had my ass on the
Ooh.
table.
Exactly. See.
Mimsy is quite stealthy.
Yeah. She's all of a sudden she's just gone. You look around for her. You catch an odd look on her face for a second. Turn away, look back, and she's out of there. She's gone. You don't know what she's up to.
Like, do
I
we
want
want
to
to
go
give
check
Vianney
on my auntie.
Okay.
I was gonna say, do we want to give Vianney a chance? Because Vianney went AFK right before that.
Oh, what am I doing?
So we were asked about doing an insight on Mimsy, but like you was away, obviously, so we didn't roll you.
I needed water. I can roll an
no
insight.
problem.
Yeah, everyone should just roll insight in general because there's a couple of people.
17.
All right.
Let's get
Yeah,
ready for
you don't
monster.
even see Auntie Mimsy. She's gone.
Eldon rolled a 13.
Wow.
Same. I will say though, Temerity, as you're looking around, you do see that Cedric Proudhome looks very nervous. So, and it's hard for you to know exactly why, but it's not just nervous like, oh, somebody's gonna come and give trouble, but there's almost a guilty look there. Gertie, the games master, she says, well, they come a running, I'm ready for them, but better that we try the diplomacy. Benoit Dumont goes up and says, "Oh, Marble, as long as they do not touch you in so much as your little fur, you are too perfect. I will not have it. You must, um, you must maintain your perfect beauty."
I will do my best. I will do my best to make sure that I am safe.
Jurassic Barrel Heart kind of shrugs. Doesn't look like anything. Let me see. And what is your new guy, Kellen Timbers? Kind of looks like, I don't know, I don't really know about tangling with this group, but I'm here. I'm throwing in my lot with you, so I guess go down in a blaze of glory. Sounds good. Always wanted to do that. And Vi
We're not.
very practically just starts sharpening her knives.
In that case, we put it down to the vote. We either leave or we stay. And we'll just do a vote. I think it's going to come out like we stay, obviously,
Yeah,
because
I
everyone
think-
seems to be going that way. But it's just kind of the point is that like this is supposed to be a democracy, you know.
Right.
So we decide on where it goes.
I think pretty much most everybody, with maybe like Saphira, kind of would probably want to leave. But most other people probably are on the side of staying.
Okay. Okay. If it comes out we're staying, we stay. And there we go.
Okay.
We just have to prepare now.
I'm gonna go check on my aunt real quick, and then Marble's gonna like skip off.
What makes good demon gifts?
I say we
Well,
give them.
Are these
Balls?
people demons or are they simply cult
Kinky
members?
shit.
Yeah,
Same
I
as-
say we.
same
They probably
aesthetic.
want something pretty to look at, like I don't know, like Vianney, I guess, or something.
Suck up.
Aw, thanks, Eldon.
You're not here.
I know,
Oh,
but I can
so-
still call
what?
you a suck up.
Sorry, Vianney. I was yelling in my ear.
Oh, okay. I thought you were yelling at me. I was like, how am I not there? But okay. All right. So yeah,
None
what
of
do
us
they?
are here.
They had
Fictional.
they had alcohol at that place, so we know that they'll like booze. Yeah. Also, we kind of have to like curtain them off from the main audience because otherwise it looks really weird for us.
I don't think we
I
should
think-
curtain them off. I think we should set up a barrier that, like a rope or something, but not like let everyone else see that we are giving them special treatment. That's what they want. There's no
Yeah,
point in
but-
having VIP treatment if you can't show it off to everyone that you have.
That also means that if they try anything,
we can see it.
and
Mhm.
yes, all
Customers can see
the
it.
inhabitants of the town will be able to see it.
Exactly.
Which-
But
that is
they'll
their
also
customers.
know we hang out with them.
That's okay.
Okay.
I mean,
They're already
we
here.
can't even- how about this? We put them in the front row, like
No.
closest to the stage.
Well, if we do, again, we gotta rope them off. Like,
Mhm.
they want
them
nothing
a-
to do with it. Let the rich boy tell you how rich people want to do this shit. If you're gonna put them at the front row, you gotta rope them off so that there's like 20 feet between them and the nearest peasant.
Okay, so then they'll still kind of have the rugs and the pillows and the hookah.
Yes.
All right.
But probably they'd like to be somewhere up high where they could like look down on us. Again, rich
I
people.
don't
stuff.
like the idea of doing that because if we put them up high, they won't be able to see the stage. Also, they could throw fireballs downstage.
They'll attack us. I mean, they will. But just letting you know, this is how rich people like opera boxes. You've been to the opera, right? Have you all
Yeah.
been to the opera? Oh no.
Well, this is going to be an outdoor thing because of all the fire and Temerity doing the special
Yes.
roast beast
Okay.
carving.
So if we can't get them up high, we got to get them up high-ish. So like, let's make them a little stage,
Platform.
little platform.
We
for them.
we can just pull some of the things from inside
Mhm.
from the seating area from inside the big tent if we're not using it.
Yes,
Mhm.
but they do need to be
Outside
up
and
just
use
a
that.
little bit higher. Trust
Yes.
me. The rich people, they won't
Yes.
really like to be looked down on.
That's what we would use
So-
that for.
We give them a platform, cushions,
Yes.
the hookah.
Some
We
wine,
give them the hookup.
some private entertainment
It'll
that
be-
doesn't have to be anything kinky. It could be
It would also be an idea to give them some of the bouncers,
some of the
so that
bouncers
way
to
the-
hang around. Yeah.
so they would hang around and keep an eye on them.
Mm-hmm.
Security at the corners,
Yes.
watching the
And
audio.
we-
You know,
If
And
everybody
we can
can
simply tell them that the bouncers are there to protect them because they're VIP guests.
yeah. Make sure no one tries to climb up on the platform
Yeah,
or throw
keep the
anything,
kids
leave any
out.
glasses. Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
we also, if we can, those of us who are on the main show should give them a little special short performance of our, just like a private little like preview of what they'll see. So that's just for them.
Eldon,
Yes.
are you able to give yourself some sort of protection against charm effects?
Myself, no. Sorry, I looked into it. I gotta. There's some items that I might be able to make, but it'll take me.
For the sake of some security, like the demence effects actually do counteract some charm abilities.
Nice.
So, like, it does affect things. So there you go.
Wait, Eldon, don't you have heroism?
That's her fear.
No, it's both fear and charmed.
Is it fear and charm? I
Yeah.
don't think I have it prepared. It'd take me a day to prepare it, which we don't have time. So, unless
Also,
is
what happened-
heroism a thing that I just? No, it's a thing that I just have. You're right. I do have that.
Okay, no, it is only frightened.
Oh,
I
okay.
misremembered. Sorry.
What's happening with the roast beast? Because it got hauled back, and then what?
Well, it got hauled back, and then me and Aunt Mimsy butchered it, and Eldon took notes.
Okay, and did the meat ever make it its way to?
Gotta make it
Temerity?
I would assume so.
Okay.
Is it like obviously Marble wants to talk with Mimsy and stuff, but it's been the 2 hours, so do we want to call a break or
Yeah.
How are
keep
people
going for a
feeling?
bit? Like,
This
Nope,
might make
this
sense,
sounds.
though.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a break point.
Break,
And then
break's fine.
afterwards, we can
Yeah.
talk to
Afterwards, we can
Sophia and Cedric.
That's true. We gotta still talk to Cedric.
we can make the final preparations and then see how the fuck this goes.
Cool.
All right.
Sounds good. Well, I'll come back in around 15-ish minutes, and we will continue and see if our VIP treatment of the demons works out. Alright, welcome back to Cirque du Sauvage, where we are doing a VIP treatment for some demons.
For the bad guys.
Some bad guys.
Between the two of you, I'm gonna end up having a stroke.
I hope so. Okay, moving on. DM, you may take it away.
I believe some people had people they wanted to talk to first off, so we can start with that.
Yes.
So let's start with Marble. You are going after Auntie Mimsy. See what's up with her. She's when you meet up with her, she's I would say, how do you put this? She is very busily doing things in her inside of her little area. Just a little bit here and picking up there and sort of muttering to herself. And she says, "Oh, hi, honey.
You do it.
Auntie Mimsy's a little busy right now. Could you come back in just a bit?"
Deal with your shit.
I just wanted to make sure you were okay because you were there and then all of a sudden you weren't.
Oh, aren't you the
You
sweetest?
worried me.
I'm just fine, sweetheart. Don't
I'm
you worry about
inciting.
your Auntie Mimsy.
I'm inciting.
Insight.
No trust for aunties.
16.
Okay, so let's see. Oh yeah. Because of her distraction, you can tell Auntie Mimsy's up to no good. She's up to witch stuff.
Auntie,
Uh-huh.
are you up to witch stuff? Don't lie to me.
Well, honey, does the phrase "take it to the mattresses" mean anything to you?
No.
Good, good, good. It means that you haven't been watching naughty plays. Anyway,
There
it
are
doesn't
naughty
matter.
plays.
No.
You already told me, Auntie, so I mean,
Anyway, it's not important, dearie. What's important is that if somebody's going to come to our home and do some naughtiness, we have to be prepared. And I don't really feel the need to tell the others the kinds of things that we do you?
can you at least tell me? Pumpkin, you're not getting pepperoni.
Roll persuasion.
Okay. 21.
Well, honey, at a certain point, as a witch, sometimes you get a friend. Did you know that?
I didn't.
A bit of a familiar.
Of course, I'm sure I used to know, but now I don't.
Well, it's something that happens sometimes. Anyway, I'm just communicating with my familiar to make sure that they've got eyes out.
Do I get to
And if
meet
they-
them?
Well, in a sense, you've already met it. Do you see in my basket?
I'm gonna go look at the basket.
There is what looks to you, oddly, like where she keeps her knitting and her knitting needles. After a moment, it looks like the yarn and the needles kind of collect themselves into a tiny little homunculus and look up at you. And then they put their knitting needles up like,
Marble is gonna be ecstatic. She's gonna be like, "Oh my gosh, this is so cool! You're so adorable! Oh my gosh, this is Great. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're scary. You're scary. You're very scary. Terrifying, even.
And she says, "Yeah, that's my little buddy. His name is Ralph."
I love that. 10 out of 10 name picking.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's
Yeah.
incredible.
Yeah!
Hey, I didn't call you cute. I said incredible.
He's showing off for you, dear.
Oh, you're very impressive.
He kind of he doesn't walk so much as sort of roll and wiggle, and he rolls himself into a little ball, and then the little tail comes out,
So
and kind of waggles, and Mimsy gives him a little cat paw, like she's batting at it, but just
Aw.
playfully. Yes, such a sweet Ralph. I always told him before that he shouldn't make too much of himself in front of the company, but you're family now. Well, I mean, you've always been family. That's what I mean. You're
Yeah.
family, and
But now
and
I'm
you're
family
also
in training, so.
exactly. So he's gonna keep his eyes out, and if they do come, I have some noxious gas that I can throw their way as well. Some stinking powder, little bits and pieces. I wonder if I should pull out the real heavy goblin stuff. Maybe a little.
If it gets really hairy, bring it out.
All right, dear. But don't you worry, your Auntie Mimsy is going to take good care of you. You just worry about being your own beautiful self.
I will, Aunt Benzie, but I'm also gonna worry about you anyway.
And don't tell anybody about little Ralph.
Okay, I won't.
All right, thank you.
I'll only tell them when I get my own little familiar, and then they'll know about mine.
Well, all witches are a little different, so I'm not sure exactly when or at what point, but no worries at all. You'll probably get one, and it might be something completely different.
I'm so excited.
All right, well, I am quite busy right now. Nothing personal, just, you know how it is.
I'm gonna go help everybody set everything up.
That's a good idea, sweetie.
Can give her aunt a hug, and then pat her aunt's familiar, give it a cute little pat on the head.
It goes.
Skip
Ah!
Then skip off to go help.
Okay. So, anybody else? There was something else, I believe.
Someone needs to
Yes.
interrogate that one guy because he looked sus.
Look,
Well.
sus, you just looked scared.
Someone needs to talk to Sophia because, this is very good news for her. And then
And someone
Timothy is
needs
going
to-
to track down Cedric.
Yeah.
Okay. So who's doing what?
So Timothy's going for Cedric.
Okay.
It's a shame we don't have Zill here.
All right. Well, you find Cedric kind of just readying himself, getting things together. He looks at you and he says, Mr. Temerity.
Just Temerity.
Of course. Can I help you?
Oh, no. I was actually wondering if I was able to help you at all.
I don't know what you mean.
You
I'm
looked,
fine. No worries here. Haha.
you looked like there was possibly some history. I wouldn't want to use the word guilty, but yes, this was something seemed to affect you.
Well, I mean, you know how it is. Sometimes things just happen, and but no problems here. Nope, I never been to that terrible demon place. You know how that is. Those people are awful, and I have not been there. So there it is.
Aha. I wouldn't have thought you would have been there.
Well, you were definitely right.
Does Temerity's 21 insight?
Well, you gotta roll again because this is a whole new. Oh, now you've got a 21 insight. Let me see. Okay, so he's not lying, but he's deflecting, if that makes sense. He just gave you the answer to a question you didn't ask, and as you sort of peer at him, you get the very clear sense that um, he did that specifically to avoid a question that you might have asked otherwise. He's distracting you.
I'm guessing there's some history here.
I don't know what you mean.
Well, you said you haven't been to that place, and I believe you. But you know of that place.
Sure. I mean, I've heard of it. It's one of those weird ass places that sometimes people like to go, and you know, God bless you and the devil take you. That's what my grandmother would have said.
You know you can trust me, right? I mean,
Oh, of course, of
we're
course.
family here.
When you say that, it is impossible for you kind of not to notice he looks extremely guilty. It is all over his face.
You can tell me in confidence. Or if you feel others might be interested to know, and it might be for the good of the family, we can talk to others as well. But I don't want you to be in an awkward position here.
Roll persuasion.
Another 21.
Oh, goodness. He looks at you and he says, well, here's the thing. When you talk about family, you sure this isn't just between the two of us?
But right now, it's just between the two of us.
Well, I'm not concerned. I know it's just between the two of us right now. We're the only two people here. What I'm asking is, will it stay that way?
If that's what is most helpful, yes.
Okay, see, that's not most helpful. No, I'm afraid that that's not good enough.
So she's going to take a deep breath and say, all right, I'll take it in confidence. But
Right.
if we have to act for the good of the family, I will not expose you anyway.
All right. Look, this has been driving me crazy anyway. You see, my family and your family have a history. And it's your family that sent me here. And they said if I don't keep them posted on everything, like everything, then it will go bad for my family.
My family is threatening your family.
Yeah. My sister got caught up in the cult up on Zilhilo. I was at school. Our father is dead. Our mother is not great. And she just took off. And I didn't hear anything until I heard from a group that said if I didn't report, I need to go join the circus and keep them posted. And that's what I've done. I feel bad. You know, you guys are really good people. You are. But, and I'm the one that had told them that you were a statue. I didn't know they were going to come after you. I just, in the past, everything that I've reported, nothing's happened. I just tell them, oh, we went here. Oh, we did this. Oh, these are the people who are around, and nothing happens. They just seem to want to know. That's all.
You're trying to protect your sister. I can't fault you for that in the slightest.
Yeah, they'll kill her.
Well, keep doing what you've been doing. I'm not going to hold this against you. I will have to deal with my family on my terms when that time comes.
My sister's name is Penelope. Just she looks like me basically, but prettier, lots prettier. But so if you go deal with them, don't. Just so you know.
My plan wouldn't involve hurting any of the other cultists, so your sister would be safe with me.
Okay. Thanks. And I'm sorry.
Don't be. You had no idea why this was happening. At least, no, I don't think it's important. You love your sister, you're protecting her. I'm the one who put people in danger.
You make good pies, though.
Yes. Thank you.
I'm gonna. I'm probably just gonna not be too involved tonight. I'm not a fighter.
I know.
Okay.
I. Hmm. Well, if you can make sure the guests are safe, that is all we can ask.
I'll try. I'll do my best. And he kind of gives you the, so you want to get out of my, like he's offloaded and he's processing and does not look like he wants to continue this discussion.
Reggie is going to take his leave. And then look around and see if he can see Saphira.
Oh, she's not hard to find. She's setting up as usual outside of Zill's tent, but just for now, it's just her heart does not look like it's in it, which is unusual for her. She's usually a bucket of cheerfulness.
In that case, Timerti's going to quickly pop off to his cart and grab a couple of apple and cinnamon pies and come over to Saphira.
Oh, Mr. Temerity, thank you. You know they're my favorite.
I'm getting the impression they're a lot of people's favourites.
Hmm.
Well, I'm glad. Always nice to work on these. So, how are you holding up?
Not well. I mean, I'm doing the best I think that I can. I'm afraid. I don't want what happened last night to come and happen here because I like it here and I like everybody here. I wish I was as brave as Zill. You notice Zill didn't even get suckered into any of this. He was one of the only ones, him and Vianney, who didn't even get charmed or nothing. They were just there, and I just hate thinking that he saw me being all violent and horrible to people, and I think he's not going to want to be my friend anymore.
God bless.
That is so cute.
Timerti is going to offer her an arm for a hug.
She's going to start crying. She just cries it all out on you. And after a few minutes, she says, okay, I gotta get ready. But thank you, Mr. Temerity. You're really nice.
Yeah, I tried to be. And remember, I don't think Zil thinks any less of you after last night. He's fiercely intelligent. He knows what happened. He knows it wasn't your fault. He knows it wasn't my fault. He knows it wasn't Eldon's fault.
I'm still a little weirded out by the blood drinking, though. Nobody else drank blood. Did you see? Nobody else. He was the only one.
Eldon. Yes. God. That man is too easily charmed. And that is going to haunt us for a while.
Okay, well. That's all right then. I'm sure it was just he was so charmed that he couldn't help himself. And he's a little weird.
That's putting it lightly.
But he's been hanging out with Mr. Zill, and the boss will set him straight, I'm sure.
I hope so. I really do.
Yeah, I think so. Okay. I know you have a lot to do with the elk, you know. But thank you for stopping by, Mr. Temerity.
You're welcome, and you're free to come talk to me anytime you need to.
Thank you. You're so sweet. And then she looks happier now. You've talked her into being a little bit happier.
Timothy's going to give her a smile and then go get ready for the night.
Okay. Anybody else have anything, or shall we go straight to the show?
Who is going to greet and escort our guests?
Also, Chrissy, did you catch the setup we wanted to do? I think you might have been.
Yeah, no, I did not. What is this?
Okay, so because we're doing the like cookout thing, with the roasts, we're doing it outside. So we want to take some of the things from the some of the like
Big top
things
stuff.
that people would sit off from the big top outside and make like a platform for them, sort of like separated from everyone else. We're obviously also going to check the chairs and stuff. And then we want to put the bouncers around them under the guise that they are just there to like make sure people don't crawl on the platform.
Sure.
And we want to take all the pillows and the hookah from the airship and put there.
Vianney's room now, because
Yeah.
that's where she
Yeah.
decked it out. But it's from the airship originally. It's not
Yeah.
hers.
That's the plan.
So yeah, everybody does as you suggest. Sorry. Now I've said something, and now they're up here being silly.
Quick
The
question.
children have escaped the basement.
Quick question, because there's something that's unclear for me.
Okay.
Is the whole show just going to be the roast, or are people going to go from the roast and then to the big top?
I think everything is gonna be outside, but
Yeah, for the show.
for this show. But it's not like
Okay.
we're only doing the roast. Like we're also doing other things. We're just
Yeah.
incorporating that in.
I'm just wondering where my tightrope is. That's just where
Well, we can the poles.
Yeah,
the
yeah,
poles
yeah,
that it's
yeah.
attached. That
You can do
attached
it
to
over
we
the
just move-
fire.
Yeah, exactly.
I would
Tightrope over the
like-
fire.
Like, I don't know how doable this is, relatively speaking, but we could just as easily take the top off of the big top. Like, just
We could
legit
just
remove the top. And then it's like, oh yeah, great, it's fine weather, you know?
Yeah, well, we always get good weather.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As
So-
long as Marble is healthy, her deity will ensure good weather.
Yes. And last I checked, I'm pretty healthy right now.
hmm And then there's all the other attractions, you know, like the commissary, Walks' tent, everything like that. And those things those things could easily be tented. They don't need to be out in the open.
Yeah, I'm assuming the side shows, like the side show, is probably still inside a tent and stuff.
All right, and then are we
I was just curious.
serving? Are we serving the carved roast beast?
Yes.
Yes.
For a price.
Okay. And yeah, when is Temerity gonna go in the show lineup then? When are people gonna eat? They're gonna smell the meat cooking. So.
Well, we're probably gonna set that up and have it. Like, we're obviously gonna start cooking it before, but set it up, and do some like, tell them about it, and then do the show, and then end with the carving of it.
It could
Giving
be
a shout out to the swords lady that made it, and then
Yeah. It could be,
demonstration. Yeah.
yeah, so what I was kind of thinking of it was that it was kind of Temerity, for want of a better word, is always kind of on stage, in the sense of Temerity is already there with the elk and stuff like
Well,
that.
yeah.
And
Yeah, he needs
it's
to
kind of
watch the
something that
food.
they always see. And
Yeah.
then we have Saphira with Dingleberry, whatever his name is, mucking about
Wow.
with the fire stuff
in between the acts.
in between the
Yeah.
acts, and you know, you kind of like see this thing going on in the background, and
Well,
then as
yeah,
kind of
and
like a big
when-
centerpiece, we bring
when
it to the
there's-
fore, and it's kind of like, okay, so this is now the finale. We're going to show this kind of thing, and then we
Yeah.
do a bit of a show, and then we
Yeah.
pass it around.
Yeah, and when like that means that when there's the stage change, there's now something to look at because there's all the fire stuff and the being cooked. Yeah, this works.
Yeah.
Like this.
Yes.
This is a good show plan. Great job, everyone.
Yeah, it's a show plan that only exists in a magical world because, fuck knows if this would work out in a real life thing. Screw that.
You guys are gonna have to remind me regularly where you are and what you're doing, because
Okay. Well,
I'm a bit confused. But that's all right. I'm usually a
worries.
bit confused.
No
you know?
worries.
We will also need an ambassador to the baddies or the scary people.
Yeah.
Someone with
I
a
mean-
pretty high persuasion.
And yeah, and someone who's
I mean,
someone who no.
is it possible that I've got pretty good persuasion, I've got pretty good deception, so
And you weren't there to fuck up their place.
yeah,
So,
so
that's a
it could be that
plus.
I just sit this out. The thing will be who is going to be the ringleader in my place. Like we could easily have Ankila doing the stuff, but it's like, how's that going to go?
I want Eldon to do it.
Eldon.
Yeah. I want to see what Eldon would be like as a ringleader. I think it should be a party member, not an NPC. So
Yes, I'm here for it.
Yeah, but then
Make Eldon.
I guess so. Yeah, Eldon. Like, I don't really know.
Secondary ringleader.
Like the thing is, right? The ringleader doesn't trust Eldon anymore, very much.
But it is a democracy, right?
Yeah.
It's my job, though, isn't it?
You can always
But
do your
democracy.
job from, you can do your job from the royal box, as it were.
Yeah, that's the point. I could actually still do it. Like, it just isn't a thing. I mean, give it to Eldon. I was going to give it to Vianney. I was honestly going to say because you're the one who's
No.
Okay.
Because he's the creature of the night. Flap, flap, flap.
Oh
So
shit! Okay, no.
He has the cape. He has the cape.
I'm twisting myself in knots because I was like trying to think of what would be in character, and I'm like, no, like the ringleader doesn't have a character; they're just a slime. Like, yeah, go on, Eldon, you're fine.
Eldon can just whisper "creature of the night" and make his cape just wave, and
win.
it'll be amazing.
Okay, how do you feel about this, Eldon?
Yeah.
I love this plan. It's a fantastic.
Oh my
plan.
god. We could do a thing where the whole audience has to like in unison shout "Creature of the Night" to see
Oh
Yes.
my
how
gosh,
they can
how
make
badly is your cape gonna billow?
it. How hard can they make the cape? Billow?
This is a
just
game
for the
called
sake of-
Knock Eldon Over.
For the sake of making things a bit clearer, right? Because this is technically going to be a what's his name? Let's make a let's make a little stage, right? So like, there's the stage, and
Where are you?
on the
on the main map, it's
On
the
main
blue
map.
circle. It's
I'm-
kind of light, but it's. in
I'm
the
not
middle.
on the main map.
Yeah,
I'm on the
same.
main map.
I'm on still in the.
I'm still in the
Oh.
evil.
I'm
It
on the
might need-
circus map.
Oh my goodness, I'm sorry. I did not
What?
realize you were there.
Yeah, I'm in the.
My
Um,
connection was interrupted and then reset, and I went back to the circus map. So
yeah, it might be that you've got to reset,
I
Yeah.
can try
like
reloading.
refresh is the point.
No, now everyone's disappearing from it.
Well, I'm taking you off, so I'm hoping that does something.
No, you have to move us up in the top.
Okay.
Move the
Alright.
players
I'll-
to the.
Like
try and rejoin.
refresh because sometimes it does like stick in certain strange ways, like it does.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, now it worked. I updated and it worked.
Yep. Okay.
Well, my-
So
Okay.
it was on us. We should have
Not
just
for the
refreshed.
audience. The audience is still stuck at the bar.
Or you have to refresh the audience.
I don't think shouldn't be. I moved them. I did move them. I just moved them.
I can try again, but yeah, no. Still there.
This is weird.
There I
Okay.
am.
There it is.
Okay.
120 issues, everyone.
Woot woot.
Incredible roll 20. Anyway, yeah.
Nope.
So there we go. We've got the stage. It's the red circle,
Yeah.
and it can literally be like it doesn't have to be a perfect circle or anything like that. What we'll have is we'll have another circle. This one will be black. That one there. Yeah, and that's going to be VIP. That's going to be where I am, along with the others from the cult of Calliet. The people from the cult are, right?
Yeah.
There are cushions, hookah. There's going to be beverages, food, these kind of things.
Do
right?
we maybe want to put them over here so that they're if they start doing anything, they're not at the place where people would run out.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Let's move them here.
I don't know.
Okay, so dotted around, right, and this one is going to be pink. Yeah, is a couple of bouncers, right? They're just there. They're going to be quote unquote security, but their job is just kind of make sure everything is okay, because actually these guys are the real people who need to be, procured. On the stage is going to be Temerity, and this one's going to be a square.
Welcome back.
On the stage is going to be like a little square, a bit off to the side, yeah, and that's going to be Temerity, Saphira, and the
Timber. Dude.
Timber.
And I think he had Timber in his last name.
Oh dear, I always get the name. I'm getting the names a bit wound up wrong. In any case, the fire mages and Temerity are there. They are cooking some elk, right? And we're literally just doing a bit of a cookout. We're kind of like doing all these bits of fun and games, and then about halfway through, towards the end of the show, we start handing out the food because it's been prepared, and it's been prepared in front of them as a kind of like, ooh, isn't it so nice?
Yeah, maybe probably some sides and stuff. Yeah. And then...
Oh, and Temerity has to do the promo, and I will also use a bardic inspiration to make sure the performance goes well.
Yeah, that's actually a thing. Eldon, I made an advertisement spot for the weaponsmith, so you're going to have to remind everyone that this particular night of festivities and the elk is sponsored by Aquafina's like swords or something like that. Aquafina's swords. There you go.
Okay.
All right.
Cool.
All right. Well, it is a busy, busy night. People come to see markets to see stuff they don't see every day and spend a lot of money. And you are very quickly sold out. There's a lot of money flowing now. It's a beautiful night. There's music in the air. And your special guests, various special guests, including a certain sister and her family.
Yes.
Including some people in very conspicuously dressed in black spiked leather. There's about 10 of them. And they walk in with a bit of a chip on their shoulder, not gonna lie. And so who's doing what?
All right. I will be taking care of them for the evening. I'll take on the visage of the persona of Happy Helk, yeah, but a bit of an aged down Happy Helk. He's not quite so old, so he seems a bit more strapping and a bit more maybe a bit more imposing, whatever you want to call of it. And Happy Helk, he'll be big, rambunctious, and gregarious, inviting them in to have some fun, plying them with maybe a bit of booze, and then tell them that we have like a special area designed specifically for them, so that way they can have prime viewing and the best time. And I take them to the VIP area.
Very nice, sir.
10.
10?
Mm-hmm.
So,
Calio did say something about the number 10.
I don't remember, but true.
So
He
I
did
I
say
will
something about
be.
bringing 10 of us. Oh, we're still on.
Oh,
I was waiting. No, I will be before my performance in the sideshow tent. I will have the strongman game set up here, like here-ish.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where I will be until then.
All right. So, who does what first? Now that people have packed in.
That would be.
I guess I go first,
Eldon.
right?
Yeah, Eldon.
I go first. Nice. All right. So, the lights will suddenly go whoosh down, dark. Doesn't yes, down. So that all you can see is the flames behind, kind of in the back, and then there'll be a little puff of smoke, and you'll see Eldon's silhouette standing there, top hat, cape. And his little swagger spot, and then the lights will turn back on, and he will welcome, ladies, gentlemen, and all others. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Welcome to Cirque de Sauvage, the very family-friendly kind of looks at the VIP group. Circus performance of the night. We have some great shows for you today. All of this brought to you by Aquafina Swords, who graciously provided us with this wonderful elk, kind of gestures of the elk, that we will, you can watch be cooked throughout the night and partake in the culinary genius of Temerity, our great cook. Let everyone applaud for Temerity.
Yay!
First up,
Smells good.
we will have who is first up? I'm gonna go with Vianney.
Yay, and Vibe.
Vianney and Vibe showing
Yeah.
us their. Well, I don't want to spoil it for you. Enjoy the
Yeah.
show.
So I take it our musicians are also outside too,
Everyone.
like doing the music and stuff.
Oh
The
yeah,
chamber choir is
everybody.
also out here.
Yeah, so Vianney comes out like an acrobat, doing that whole like really arched back and like throwing her hands up kind of thing that they do. Yeah, and she and Vi, they're gonna do her act where she does a lot of flips and in front of a huge board, and Vi is gonna like basically try to hit her but miss. And when she actually ends up by the board, it's a silhouette of her, like with 5 or 6 knives or something like that. But before they go out on stage, she's gonna give Vi the bardic inspiration, and she's gonna hold back for herself a psionic bolstered knack in case she really rolls this poorly, where she can use a psionic die to like bump her score a bit. So yeah, I guess acrobatics is what we're looking for, right?
Yep.
Okie dokie. So let's see. Does she get hit by the knife? I think she's okay.
Yeah, you're fine.
I think skin of the teeth, that one.
Mm.
And then to roll for Vive. It's making me log in. Hold on, let me see if I can pull up her sheet. Okay, I'm logged in now. Maybe it'll open it
Who
up.
is Vides? Is that
I do.
yours? Yep.
Yeah,
okay.
I do. Okay, so what am I rolling for her? Oh, acrobatics. Okay, she's +6, so she's good.
Yeah.
And how'd she do?
She did really well. Like,
Okay.
she did.
I too many pop-ups. Can't see everything.
She
Oh,
did
17.
I'm
Okay.
sorry, 17, which, you're the one who's really selling the show. And sometimes you're just a little too good that it seems to keep her on her toes by surprise. But she flicks, she kind of rolls with it.
She's got her
She-
bardic inspiration. You can also roll that
Oh,
because I
what's
gave
that?
her. Let's roll it. Oh, there we
Oh,
go. 22.
Yeah, you guys are perfect together. After a bit of a just maybe a shy start is the word. we're
A new
looking for.
environment right outside the top, wind,
Yeah,
a lot
it's
of things.
hard.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, she seems to rally, and before you know it, you guys are doing phenomenally well.
Ta-da!
Yay!
Applause. Thank you.
I'd also like you to do a performance check.
You being Eldon or you being me?
Both of you actually.
Okay. Performance. Oh, and that's where my side bolstered knack's gonna come in. So I get to roll. It was again D6. So 14. Yeah, 14 in total.
Okay.
That's not bad.
13 for
You-
Eldon.
People are definitely into just how cool everything that you're doing is and how masterful you are, but there also seems to be a little bit of kind of confusion about the show. It doesn't appear to you that the audience here is really, how do you put it, understanding what they're seeing all the time. They're a little confused by just so much going on.
Yeah, fair enough. This is kind of slapdash. So a lot of threads, plotline threads coming together. So,
Yep.
but yeah. All right, Eldon, back to you.
All right. Who's next? You next.
I don't know.
Okay.
Why are you asking me? I'm not the ringleader tonight.
Okay. Well, you're next then.
Okay, I'm next.
Great.
In my new getup,
New getup.
which I hope is
What is the
Okay.
retailer's name?
Benoit Dumont
Benoit
Who?
Demois.
comes to you before the show,
yes.
Marvel, and with a great fanfare unveils a glowing sunlight silk outfit. It is the purest silk. It fits you like a glove. It radiates light. There are stitched into it not sequins. Oh, no. Jewels, gems.
Oh my goodness. I'm such a spoiled cat.
And these gems are faceted so much that in the spotlight you just shine like you're a little bit on gold fire.
My plan for my performance is gonna go along great. That's why I needed it to be sparkly somehow for my plan.
All
But
right.
Marvel's gonna be ecstatic. She's gonna be like, "Oh my gosh, this is gonna be the best thing ever."
He says, "It has been my great honor, mademoiselle." And he kisses your paw.
So yes, that is what I'm wearing.
All right. I believe this gives you a bonus to your performance check.
What?
Thank
So,
What? I want one.
You'll have to make the Frenchman make you one.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'll get
I
it.
don't
for
know how
free.
France exists, but it does now.
It does now.
Okay, we're in the Cirque de Sauvage. Like, France has existed.
Yeah,
France
no,
has
canonically-
existed since we got here.
Yeah, no, but canonically France exists. D&D France is a place.
Yeah.
not really. What is a place is Christina's head.
There you go. We're gonna have to
That's
find the
what
name for the country that has a French accent.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say Omkili.
Unkilly. There we go. So it's an Unkilly accent, not a French accent.
Yeah,
Exactly.
as I said, D&D France.
This is why it doesn't sound like a normal French accent. Because it's not French.
It's not French, it's Unkilly.
Exactly.
Mom, can we get French? We have French at home.
Okay, so Marvel is going to stand next to one side of the tightrope and bow before climbing up. Then she's going to climb up and like give a short little twirl showing off her new outfit. And I'm going to cast Hocus Pocus twice to do 2 different things.
Okay.
So first I'm going to have the flames dim slightly. Like dim and flicker. And then from my hands, the next Hocus Pocus, from my hands comes 4 torch-sized glowing orbs, and I'm going to make them move around me, showing off all the sparkles as I kind of like glide across the tightrope.
Nice. All right.
I've
First
been
roll
waiting to-
acrobatics.
Yes. Yes. 20.
Ooh.
Goes off without a hitch. Just perfect.
Hell
And
yeah.
now performance.
All right. And what do I do for performance since I have the
I believe it's a +4.
+4? Okay. Ooh.
Someone tapping?
Yeah, there's a tapping sound.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't
I'm
know why
sorry.
that's kind of-
That's probably my leg is moving and it's hitting a cable that's like hitting the microphone. Sorry, I didn't realize that until you guys said something.
No worries.
No problem.
Yeah, so +4. I did not roll that well.
Again, you're a little distracted by the fact that you are in this unusual environment that you wouldn't usually be in. So,
So I do good, but
while-
not as good as I would in my normal environment.
right. Okay, which means that some of the
At
other
least I'm
people have to start taking
Can-
up the performance slack.
Yeah.
Can we check in on how the ringleader's doing with wooing the demon
Absolutely.
cultist?
Have we established, are they actually demons or are they just like demon cultists?
Oh, these are the demons have not come out for this.
Yeah, I kind of figured.
The demons have stayed at home, but these are some hardcore demon cultist groups here. And they are openly scoffing at everything that is nice and wholesome.
They're like a fucking Saturday morning cartoon character.
Mm.
They're like a villain.
They are very much like villains.
Fucking Waldorf and
The-
Stan.
No,
One of them.
no. They're Megatron from Transformers with a little buzzer
Oh,
that buzzes whenever he thinks the good thoughts. It's just that's it.
One of them, who introduces himself as Demakos Carrion, who is a tiefling, a purple tiefling, sort of takes the lead, and he is the one doing most of the talking, while everybody else just scoffing every time he says something. Like, I see that this is very much all ages for children. And everyone goes, like that's a funny thing.
We supply for all kinds, all peoples, everywhere. I hope you enjoy the great show. And, you know, this is while Vianney is doing her backflips and, you know, the performance and all that stuff. And Vi, obviously. And as they kind of go on, I'll start plying them with, with some very nice spiced wine. Any kind of like ale that we've got about the place, a booze, you know. Just
We've
like
got an alchemy jug that does a gallon of wine or beer.
we also have a brewer who has like a specialty.
Yeah, no. That's the point. Like, I was going to go with the brewer, but the alchemy jar is a good idea. So yeah, I'll go for the alchemy. I'll have the alchemy jar just available, available there. But also, just kind of like bring the brewer and be like, this is our brewer's personal, personal experiments and this and that, and time to wine them, time to dine them, that kind of thing.
They whine and they dine and they mock. So when Gianni is on, they look at each other, and Demakos says, well, she has talent, but she could use a little more showmanship, don't you think?
I kind of say, oh, what do you mean? Like, in what way?
Well, she doesn't necessarily engage with the crowd all the time. Around where we do, it's all about being with the crowd, getting them involved.
Mm-hmm.
We like it when they get their hands dirty.
No, I really understand. I can understand how you'd go with that. So, you had Vianney. You are Vianney. You are the lucky. How would you involve the crowd?
Well, we don't do that kind of thing. But at least, make eye contact, point, maybe get somebody up, a volunteer from the audience to check out the knives or something. Draw a little blood even.
Well, we'd have to see about how Vi would feel about that.
Is that the lizard folk?
Indeed.
Yeah. They're good. They've obviously practiced.
They put a lot of effort in it, as much as possible.
And again, when Marble comes out, does her job, her thing, they say, well, nice outfit. Who is your tailor? I mean, I don't go for all that gold and sparkly shit, but I'm sure they could do just as well with leather.
Their name is Benoit de Pau, and they happen to be a seamster of some high renown. They're our local seamster, and they're actually working on new uniforms for the entire circus.
All right. Well, it's not really my taste, but yeah, I mean, it's practiced. Guys obviously put on a show.
Mm-hmm.
As you can see
over there, Temerity is preparing all of our lovely foods. Our main section, our main cuisine, and main attraction, to say the least. And their Temerity like doing something cool with the elk, beating it.
Really likes to beat his meat, huh?
Oh, he is a perennial meat beater.
That makes everyone laugh.
Yeah.
It's not
I thought it would.
Not a highbrow group. All right. So let's go on for now. What happens next?
In the big top, there's still Eldon's act.
Yeah, his own act. That's true.
Yeah, I'm the last one, right?
Too.
Wilkes is
You're usually the last one, yeah.
Wilkes is at the
Yeah, Wilkes is
I'm a
side
sideshow attraction.
Yeah.
I'm the last big top attraction.
So
Perfect.
Well, and Temerity.
yeah.
Temerity is more
That's what you
food,
get.
so I have to
That's
figure
what
out.
you get.
I've never had somebody give a food making check.
But this is it. He was like going to use his new sword to like do some
Yeah.
fancy cuts on the meat.
That's the like
You know-
last. So Eldon is the last of the actual show, and then we have like the at the end we have tagged on the last actual final.
And he
Yeah.
uses
You know
the
that dude?
branded sword to.
Yes.
You know those
Exactly.
dudes who like make a big show and dance? You know, they like chop up meat really, really finely and stuff like that, and they have like a big griddle in front of them, and they like make a big thing of like cooking stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, I've no idea how you'd roast an elk that way, but
Well, you
it's
cook and you
magic.
cut it
It's
up.
magic. I don't give a fuck. I don't have to think about it.
Yeah.
There you go.
He'll be slicing it very
Okay, are you
finely.
good?
Yeah.
With a big sword.
You can be like in one of those animes and like throw it up in the air. And you're like, whoosh.
Yeah.
Well, I'd
Alright.
Yeah, like a
waltz into the
cocktail.
throne.
Like Tom Cruise in Cocktail, but
Yeah.
like with a sword and beef
And meat.
and meat. Yeah.
Okay, well,
Oh,
it's my turn. So, gonna start the show off pretty easy. I'm gonna have I am just for the DM's knowledge, I will have Blue hiding out, flying up high above the VIP group, trying to be stealthy as he can be. He's not trying to aggress towards them. He's just going to be part of the act. So the gonna start easy. I'm gonna start with Wish holding out 2 plates and just bang bang, plates just explode out of her hand, and then she'll hold out 4 and then bang bang, and then she'll start juggling 4, and then those will get shot, and then before we know it, she's juggling like 5, 6, 7 plates up in the air, and they're constantly getting shot down. Each time they break into like a little explosion of sparks and colorful sparks and stuff, so that the air kind of just gets filled up with lots of pretty much little fireworks going up into the air. So that's gonna be the start, and then I am going to ask for a volunteer from the stage for the magic portion of this. Doesn't matter who it is. Somebody comes up.
All right. So all the children are like with their hands going up as one.
Yeah, pick one of them. That doesn't matter. What are the chillins? Come here, chillin.
All right.
I have them pick a card. And I do the don't show me, show the rest of the crowd, and he shows the rest of the crowd and whatnot. And I have him put it back in the deck. And I do a little bit of fun shuffling, and then eventually I pull out a card, and it's like, this is our card. And it's not going to be his card. And I'll be like, oh, that's not right. And do a little bit more shuffling. Do it again. Is this your card? And it's not going to be his card. I'm like, Okay, I think I'm doing this wrong. Here, give me a second. I'm going to take all the cards, put them on my hand, and then throw them up into the air. This is where it gets real tricky. I'm going to shoot one of the cards that Blue is going to drop right onto our friends in the VIP area, but I'm going to shoot it before it lands on the ground so that there's a nice big bullet hole in it, and it lands like on their lap, the card that the kid picked.
Okay. I am going to say this could be acrobatics or sleight of hand. This is not an attack, it's a skill check.
Yes,
really.
I am not trying to hurt them. I'm just making the note.
Well, you're trying to hurt the cat.
I am trying to hurt a card.
The card's
that
AC
card.
is nothing. But it's more like the
Fuck that
skill
card.
of doing,
The AC,
you know.
the cat's AC is negative.
Okay, so here's the question. This is
It
one of the
attracts
reasons.
bullets.
This is one of the reasons that I asked for or using cards is, do I get anything for being proficient with cards
Ooh.
since I am using them? In
You
this?
can add to your proficiency bonus.
Woot, woot, woot. Okay. What is our proficiency bonus? 3? 3.
Yes.
Oh, good, because I sucked. 9, 3, 12.
You hit the card, but the card kind of goes a little wide. It does not land where you wanted it to. But a bunch of people are jumping all over it, and another little kid comes up and holds it up.
I'll say, is that your card? And it is, because I had Blue holding it.
Yeah. The little boy who you brought up is like, yes, this is my card. That's my card. He's showing it. He's so excited.
You can keep that. I'll put a little signature on it, let him keep it. And then I'm going to go... Yeah. There you go. I just want them. I just want them to know that I could have shot them, but I didn't.
Just as a question, I assume that in between Marvel and Elden, we had like some of the other big top performers.
Well, when the sideshow, I usually take, at least I do the information or do the rolling after. So
No. I meant like, I mean, are there other big top performers? Like,
oh
isn't
yeah, there are other big top
yeah?
performers.
No, I just wanted to make sure that like we have those in like in the story. Those would have also performed in between at some point before Elden, since he's like the last of the big top before
Yeah.
the cutting.
Basically, the people who come out don't have a ton of extra big top performers, but you do have your new little horse dancers. They come out.
Yeah,
Yay!
those were actually the specific people I was thinking of.
Yep. So who is in charge of
Oh,
the
that
knockdown
would
dolly?
be me.
All
But I haven't
right.
used their sheets before. So,
Yeah.
what does knockdown start with? There it is, K. Ah, it's making me log in again.
Oh no, the sheet is blank. Okay. I am shit. I didn't fill in the sheet. I'm so sorry. I
they
think
have,
that they
like-
are +8 on anything dexterity and anything performance. So why don't
Okay.
you roll 2
I'll roll
d20s and we will add +8.
Okay. Da.
Oh, they are phenomenal. They every single like they're fucking horses are tap dancing and they're tap dancing on top of the tap dancing horses. It's insane.
Nice. Yes. Good. Good showmanship. Yay.
And what is roll again?
Another
just
2.
roll.
Yeah. That was a 4, so it would be like a 12. But then
Oh, I
also,
thought I'm sorry. I thought it was
Right.
just an 18 rolled an 18 +8. So
well,
okay.
they did well on the second one.
All right.
They got
So
22.
actually
12.
one of Knockdown Dolly's little friends there falls off their horse.
Oh no.
But they spin it into like a joke. Like they meant to
Yeah.
do that. And they do it with such practiced ease that it's obvious that they are just consummate showmen.
Right. Cool. All right. So yeah, they did pretty well. Do they have to roll performance too?
Well, I took the second one, the 14.
Oh, okay. As the performance. Okay, got it.
So the performance is phenomenal. They're the opposite of everybody else so far.
They did, less well. They did well for the audience, not so well in their act. Yeah.
Yeah. And you guys haven't been doing badly. It's just that
Yeah.
you haven't quite been nailing the performance aspect.
Yeah.
But the roles are the roles. What are you going to do? All right. Give me 2 seconds. I have to run and check on one thing. So talk amongst yourselves, and I will be back and we will take on the sideshow attraction.
Ooh, temerity. Temerity's beef. Meat.
Yes.
Is
been
the
saving a
sideshow
bardic-
first or is the meat first?
Are they coming out to the main top, or are we cutting over to the side tent, to the side?
I think we're gonna do the
Everything together?
no. I think we're gonna like what would make sense would be to like do the meat, and then when people have gotten some meat on the plates, we can send them out and they can like go do the games and see the sideshow and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think what Temerity wrote was a good idea.
Yeah,
like Temerity cuts up the
well,
meat,
going.
and it gets served out as they're leaving out of this section to go off to the different side shows and everything.
Yeah,
I think
go enjoy what the rest of the circus has to offer.
Yeah.
Yep.
Good job, guys, for putting this together in like 10 minutes.
Yeah,
Put this together in an afternoon.
I love the what Marvel did with dancing lights. That was a really good idea with the sparkly costume.
Yeah,
And they had some good advice.
Really annoyed that
Yeah.
I'm really annoyed that I
Balls.
didn't roll good on performance. But have
Well,
fun.
maybe
Yeah,
if we
that's
run
just-
around and engage the audience, we can get advantage on it or something. So, who knows?
We got some good feedback from rivals.
Yeah, peer review.
Very mean. It's definitely reviewer
Oh.
number 2.
All they
Exa-
said
yes,
about me was my
exactly.
outfit was nice.
I knew you
Which
were
I'll
gonna
take
get that,
that.
young Christy.
Yeah, I definitely get that. Yeah, fucking reviewer number 2. What an asshole. Like, who, like, just because you're anonymous doesn't mean you have to be a dick.
It's always number 2.
Yeah. Second reviewer. Damn second reviewer. Anyway, that's.
It's
yeah.
a running joke in academia that reviewer number 2 is always the asshole
Yep.
Yeah.
for some reason.
Makes sense.
Well, someone has to be.
There you go.
It also, because like academic communities are kind of small sometimes. I was at this conference and people were giving a paper about something they had, and so someone in the audience raised an objection, and the people giving the paper were like, "Interestingly, that's what reviewer number 2 said." It's like I was the second reviewer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I asked you, so I raised this objection then. So yeah, it was fun. It was fun.
That's good. That's fun.
Okay, sorry about that. I did have to go check on a kid.
Sorry, I regaled them with an academic joke. We were
Yes.
doing academic puns.
Oh God.
The two academics went way too nerdy here.
Definitely.
All right. So, what are we doing next? The meat or the side?
So yes, the plan is to have
The meat or the
Temerity-
veg.
See, yeah, we had to. Thank you for catching the joke.
So the plan is that Temerity does the meat, cuts it out, and people get some slab of meat, some side dish, and then they can go enjoy the rest of what the circus has to offer, which is the sideshow and the games and stuff.
Okay.
After they have
So
some food.
let's check in again with the ringleader because we've had a couple more acts.
Meanwhile, at the platform of justice.
More like the platform of injustice. We're unjustly holding these people against their will.
Mhm.
They didn't ask to be here.
Yeah.
Actually, they did. They paid to be here, in fact.
They paid to be there. They didn't know they were going for VIP tickets, but they kind of what they say with the dolly is like, "Oops, hope that guy didn't crack his skull."
Even if he did, we have a fantastic medical corps. They do very well.
Fucking, you hear them muttering under their breath. They are not impressed by that. Then Eldon, they do actually seem a little impressed by Eldon. He's the one whose act they can most appreciate, though. They seem to be scoffing a bit at the whole card tricks and kids, fucking birthday parties next, but at least there's the element with the guns and the shooting. They kind of have an appreciation, you can tell, for that. All right, so now let's go on to Temerity. Temerity, what shall you do to wow the crowd?
Oh, by the way, before Temerity goes out, Vianney's going to come over and say, "Don't forget to plug the sword brand," and gives him bardic inspiration.
Remember, it's Aquafina swords.
Aquafina swords, right?
Her
So-
Aquifer sword.
Thankfully, it's not Eldon doing that. No. So, because Temerity's been in the ring the whole show, when Marvel dims the fires, he does the exaggerated, exasperated turning around and raising his arms to silently act out, shouting at Marble over this. And then, as it draws to his part, he points over to the stage with the guests, the VIP guests, and seems to be inviting them down. At the same time, one of the sous chefs runs on with the sword.
All right. Damikos gets up with a swagger and comes over. Says, "You gonna cut me up too, little tiefling?"
No. I want you to witness the sharpness of the blade and the preciseness of the strike, and just how perfect the meat is.
He holds out his arm and he says, "You can test your blade on my flesh anytime."
You know, not everyone wants to see that sort of blood.
Is there a
Timothy's going to
different
draw-
sort of blood?
Timothy's going to draw the blade and turns, raise his voice for the audience and say, "Our humble patron's Aquafina blades." And he's going to go for the first strike on the meat. So do you want me to roll an attack for that?
Sure, go ahead.
He's showing off, so it's got to be the two-handed version.
Oh, yeah.
Woohoo!
Dirty 20.
Plus your bardic inspiration. I don't know if you're doing it for the whole or what.
Save
I might
that
save
for
that
an-
for the performance.
Yeah, I'll save that for an attack that doesn't go as well.
Okay.
You cut it like it was a razor giving a shave.
So it has 6 blades now.
That's a damn good razor.
He says, "Yeah, it's a good sword. Aquafina makes good swords."
And the meat, would you care to taste it?
He gives a smile and he picks up the piece of meat that you've cut off with his hand and then just sticks out his tongue, chews very loudly and noisily, and then he says, "I like it. I want more meat." And then he shoves the rest of it in his mouth and just chews loudly with juices dribbling down his face.
You approve?
Oh, yeah. You can come by our little establishment anytime. I'll show you what a really bloody piece of meat tastes like. Not that you don't know, you and your friend. And he gives you a little like la 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 with the tongue.
He's just going to smirk and say, "That's your show." And then he's going to start cutting the meat for the rest of the guests.
All right, roll me performance.
Oh my god, this is D6.
D6, yeah. Come on, 6.
Oh, for crying out loud. Thank you.
All right.
We got it up to 12.
You're not a performer. This is not your scene. So you do all right, but it's not by any means a perfect show. And also, it's pretty distracting being with these Rakdos guys, to be quite honest with you. They are not, how to put it, they aren't really easy to deal with necessarily.
Hmm.
Not family friendly.
Constantly trying to rile me up.
Yes. And you don't really fall for it, but at the same time, it's hard to just like, it's not like you have, how do you put it? It's enough to throw you off your game that you don't really have much of a game at for anyway. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Can Temerity roll persuasion for the smell of the meat
Sure.
on the crowd's overall mood
Sure.
to see if that leaves a good impression?
Persuasion. Oh, it just rolled over from the 20. For 14.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of smells, but it's a good smelling meat, and people seem interested in eating it, if not like ravenous for it or anything.
Okay, well, I'll send
They
on their way with our
also, there's
meat
something that
sandwich.
people are noticing about this interplay now between you and the Rakdos people, who they know the Rakdos people better. They don't like them. They don't know quite what's going on here, what this situation between you, these two groups are.
Hmm.
So it's a little bit, that Rakdos guy sort of chewing it and just slobbering over it was a little off-putting. Let's put it that way.
A gamble that didn't quite pay off.
It was worth a try.
Yeah, worth a try. It was really good go.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. So he comes back and he says, "So, got any other attractions?"
Oh, there's the sideshow and games. Though, maybe not
Strength.
your thing.
Oh, I think he was talking to the ringleader.
Yes, he was.
Yeah. Okay. I'll kind of say now we are dispersing to do the different games. Would you like to, for instance, take part in a feat of strength, or maybe some target practice? We have all sorts of things about the place. If you
Sure.
wish, of course, we can just remain back at our place. Obviously. It's
Oh,
where all
no,
the
no,
kids and
no.
everything like that.
I'd love to get out with the crowd. Let's go. Hey, one thing. I haven't seen Callio around since I've been here. I knew him way back when. Where's he hiding?
Oh, he is busy elsewhere.
Yeah. Well, maybe we'll see him later then, huh?
This way, and I'll take him to. I'll show him around. Couple of things. The bouncers are going to be kind of coming with us, and generally speaking, there's going to be this kind of like off-putting air kind of thing that you were talking about earlier. Like the ringleader is going to kind of use it to our advantage by basically keeping the crowd at bay, kind of thing. Maybe giving us a bit of free rein to kind of move around and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And that way, kind of like they don't get mixed. They don't get mixed into the crowd or anything, cause any kerfuffles.
So far, they seem to not be. Well, why don't you roll an insight?
Mm-hmm. 17.
All right, I'm gonna roll a d20. Okay, they rolled terrible. All right, so here's a couple things you notice right off the top. One is they are not going to start trouble right this second. If they're going to start trouble, it's not going to be right away.
Hmm.
They are watching and checking you guys out and seeing what's the what and who and where and when and all that sort of thing, right?
Hmm.
So they're just, for right now, they're just taking it all in. I would say you also know Damikos is playing a role here. He is just there's more going on under the surface than what you are seeing just staring at you in the face
Mm.
right now. And you're not sure what it is. It's hard to tell, but something's up with this guy. And that's what you can tell right now.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
Where do they go?
Let's say they go first to check out our strongman.
Okay.
So,
Well, I will. Yeah, I'll be setting up and be ready, like people have gotten some food, and I will start off the. I've moved everything back inside into the sideshow tent, so I'm doing. Ooh, I am ready to do my performance. I will do my usual entrance of being chained up and breaking them, having bits of chain fly everywhere, um, and then some like juggling heavy stuff and stuff like that, like the general strongman things, and then ending off with the. Does anyone dare challenge me to to a contest of strength, and then have the strongman game?
well, Carrion is not the strong type, but there are people there who are. So a woman comes up to you and she is going to challenge you.
Ah, volunteer.
All
I
right.
will hand
So,
her them. I will hand her the big ass mallet.
all right. So she is going to roll a d20.
Is she one of them?
Yes.
Okay.
Slams it hardcore down, and it just gong. And she smiles at you and hands it back.
Impressive.
Yeah.
Oh, it's time for me to see if I can beat it. So roll athletics, I guess.
Go for it.
26. I also.
Oh, even better. Like, she really, she was banging a gong there, but throwing down that gauntlet, but you answered it and how. So, you nearly take the whole thing apart. You're so.
Nice.
She gives you a nod. Says, all right. Not bad. And she walks off. After this, roll performance.
Okay. 20.
Yeah. People start lining up and they are very happy to give it their all. Nobody else can really do what you two have done. So I'm not even going to bother to check with people on that
Mhm.
because that would just be silly. Um, But yeah, people are having a lot of fun trying. And yeah.
Excellent.
Guys have put on a good show. And I'm gonna roll for Zill. He will have Saphira out, so he will roll with advantage. So let's see what he does as far as performance. Well, he'll do deception and performance. Where are you? Deception.
Hey.
Oh yeah, everybody is convinced that he is, just the most psychic of all psychic people ever. So
Guesses people's blood types.
yeah, basically, be positive. Like, oh my god,
How could you know?
and
Ooh.
does very well on performance too. Really has the crowd going. Even the people who are there somewhat hostile are impressed with what they get from Syl. So after all of this, let's see. Can you roll me a persuasion ringleader?
Mm-hmm. 15.
Okay. They begrudgingly, not like they are happy about it, but they do seem to be like, they're like, not a half bad show, I guess. It's a few things I would change, that's for sure.
I would be very proud. I'd be very proud to hear them. Would you like to sit over by the benches? We can talk.
Yeah. So Carrion tells his little friends, you guys scurry for a minute. I got some talking I gotta do with the guy. And then he looks at you and he says, so, ringleader, is it?
For today, I am the happy Helk, and like together we're just walking towards back towards like the the VIP area.
All right. So I got some questions for you, Happy Hulk.
Ask away.
Sure. Do you know that you're being played?
I mean, I don't know what you mean.
They brought you here. Somebody brought you here. I don't know who yet. But they brought you here to replace us.
You work for the Cirque?
No. I work for my own little show. What do you know about the guilds of Ravnica?
Ooh. Not very much. They're very powerful. They do as they wish. Back the way we came, there is a water production plant that is helping helping water a good chunk of the desert.
Mm.
Beyond that, nothing.
Well, here's how our little society works, right? You got the guilds are held together. The guilds are what holds Ravnica together after the war. There is a guild pact. It is magical. It keeps the society that we have here together. It keeps us from killing each other and having another war. But a lot of people don't really like our little guild. They don't like the fact that we are, oh, a little rough around the edges. You dig me?
I don't know why they would think that, but yes.
Well, let's just say we've had our moments. Anyway, people that would like us to go away, well, they know that they can't just take us away without replacing us with something else, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so they figure, of course, who better to replace us with than another circus? One that's a little more easy on things.
Mm-hmm.
But if you think that anybody's going to let that happen, it's just not going to work. But somebody's brought you here to do that. We know that much. We don't know who. We don't know who the fuck is that stupid. But there it is.
Can I give you an alternate thought?
Sure.
We can make more money than you. And this place doesn't have any other circuses.
Money is not the point of our circus.
Money is the point of ours.
For you, maybe. But there are other people out there, let me tell you, who have their own ideas, their own agendas, and you better figure out who it is and why. Anyway, thanks for the VIP treatment. It was fun.
Thank you. I hope you enjoyed yourself and you would come again.
It's not really my scene. But I'll tell you what, if I was more into this kind of thing, this is a pretty good show for what we see. Anyway, think about what I've said. And he goes off, and that's it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'll, go for a bit of a wander around and see how everyone's doing. And as Marble says, perform or after party, because this has actually been a bit of a fraught time, and we have to make sure that what's his name, the wizard, gets to see his sister again before
Yes.
they go off.
All right. So who's watching out for the wizard's sister?
Well, she was my contact, so I would have met her at the gate.
Yeah, she's got like 5 kids.
Well, that's fine. Bring them all in. Let them on the fairway for a bit, and then bring them over for the show. And then, yeah, like, after the show ends, and they go off to the side tent, find her, and take her to the area where her husband's keeping a low profile.
Well, the brother.
Brother, sorry. Yes, I forgot the
Yeah.
familial relation.
Yep. So
I guess one doesn't rule out the other. Sorry.
No worries.
So they kind of get together, they hug.
She'll leave them like in a tent, like Zill's tent or something, while he's performing.
They're probably like backstage or something. I don't know.
Yeah. I just want to like eavesdrop on them to see if they say anything that would be useful. If I'll leave, but eavesdrop.
All right, roll perception.
Okay.
Oh, and also stealth, because I'm assuming you're going to.
Yeah. 18
Ooh,
on
nice.
that. And
It's
Pretty
29.
pretty quiet.
Yeah, they totally do not see you at all. They have no idea you're there.
You somehow make the world around you quieter as well.
Nobody notices halflings. They don't look
Yeah.
They don't look down. They look cross. Yeah.
Yeah. As far as them saying anything useful, like what kind of useful? I mean,
Well,
they're
does
mostly.
Yeah, sorry, but anything about like his situation or who's after him or who she should look out for or contacts that he gives her, anything in terms of like verifying his background a little bit, you know?
A lot of the things that they talk about are things that make sense to them apparently, but like you don't necessarily catch much of it. I'll say that she mentions mostly just him taking care of himself and um, making sure that he doesn't get into too much trouble where he's at and that sort of thing.
Okay.
So
Yeah, just worth a shot.
yeah.
Don't really know this guy yet, so
Everything seems to be basically as he said it was. Like, there's nothing that gives a red flag, like, oh, this is not what he said was going on at all, kind
Okay.
of thing.
All right. Yep, fair enough. Just vetting. And then when she's ready to leave and the kids see their dad or their uncle, sorry, their uncle, whatever. I don't know how she wants to handle it, but then take them back to the main area.
All right. Yeah, they're very happy and they're definitely thankful to you and to the circus as a whole for getting them to do all this or helping them out. So yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Is this a good time to?
I think so. All right. So you guys made. You know what? Vianney, roll me a d10. Wolks and Eldon, also roll me a d10 and tell me what you get.
3.
2.
1.
Yeah.
I got a 9.
Haha!
Ooh, nice.
I
All
got
right.
a rock.
Great. You guys made 8,329
What?
gold.
What?
Good. We made good money.
How much?
8,000.
8,000.
8,329, correct?
Yep.
What?
That's for the whole circus.
Yeah. Now,
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
we gotta pay everybody. We gotta upgrade things, and I gotta make
Yeah.
a bunch of
Yeah.
magic items.
So, but yes,
But that's
that
the nice
is.
amount.
Also, need
That's your chunk of change.
Mhm.
Nice.
Guys
We're gonna
made
need,
out well in Hassim markets.
yeah, we need downtime activities to like do administrative work and like
Make magic
ongoing
items.
maintenance. Yeah.
I have so many magic items to make. I need months.
So many months.
So many months.
Well, all right. Downtime activity requested. Spend that money.
Okay. All right. So, I think it's about time.
Another
Yep.
session
R&D.
Sound.
without violence.
There's the mouse. All right. No party without violence. Great job, team. We resolved an issue without having to resort to violence again.
We're so good at this.
We're done. Yeah, we've done this like 2 weeks in a row where we've gotten into
Really?
very like dangerous situations. Where like not violently gonna resolve this.
Well,
This is
last
Trissy
time
being this is Trissy being much too kind to us.
there was a lot of violence last time. I was reprimanded for not appreciating the levels of violence.
Yeah,
That is
I
true.
mean,
But we also got, well, if the ringleader shares it with us, more information too.
yeah, that's true.
That's
Yep.
true.
I fully intend to share it on the next. Well, there was supposed to be like the after party.
Yeah.
so
Yeah, yes, yeah, we
Yeah,
haven't gotten there
definitely.
yet.
we haven't got there yet, so we'll just deal with that then.
I
No.
really want to know if Temerity's going to share Cedric's stuff. Someone's going to lose a leg and maybe.
Well,
not right
that's-
away.
Join us next time to find out, maybe.
Maybe. So, with that said,
Who
it's,
knows?
Possibly.
it's goodbye from me and goodbye from the party. Say goodbye, party.
Goodbye, party.
Goodbye,
Goodbye,
party.
party.
Yay, the bit.
The